Oh. I was just texting him too, saying that you were here. So I told him we were waiting on the attorney.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Right. We are at the Department of Corrections in Baton Rouge. We're at headquarters. The time is 8:58 in the morning. The date is the 8th day of April, 2026. My name is Steve Prater. To my right is Pete Freeman, and to my left is Danny Barra. We're going to be conducting these revocation and parole hearings today from Baton Rouge. Staff, would you introduce yourselves, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you for what y'all do, and we appreciate that. And our first case is with Leon Mosley, and he's at Livingston Parish Detention Center. Well, let me speak to the Livingston Parish staff first. Would you introduce yourself?
Sergeant Jennifer Gomez of Classifications.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant. We appreciate that. All right, Mr. Mosley, I see somebody seated to your right. Who is?
This is his attorney.
Can you,
Okay.
I don't have it on my sheet that you have an attorney, but that's great.
let me, if I may, interject something. I prepared a position paper for Mr. Mosley, and it was submitted 2 weeks ago. So I hope you've had an opportunity to get it and read it. It's pretty important.
Okay. Have you seen it? Okay. Yes, sir. We've got it, seen it, and prepared to make sure that everybody's got it.
Okay. If I may make an appearance for the record, my name is Stephen Shapiro, and I'm the attorney for Mr. Mosley, for Leon Mosley.
Okay, Mr. Stephen, is that with a V or a PH?
I'm so glad you asked, because PH, which I think is the right way to spell it, but people disagree with me. But I'm very proud that my parents put the PH in there.
Well, good. Well, I'm a PH myself. So
well, good. I'm glad you are. I didn't want to minimize if you were Steven with a V.
yes, sir. Well, thank you, sir. Well, you interject. You feel free to talk to us anytime you get a chance during this interview, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, if I may, make at some point, and I don't know whenever you feel it's ready, I'm ready.
Make a presentation.
Yeah, I'd like to make a presentation for Mr. Mosley. Thank you.
Do you want to make it before we interview him or after we do the interview of him and the people here on his behalf?
I'd like to close out. I'd like to be the last one.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Well, I've got just one little preliminary thing, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Freeman to my right, who is going to handle all of the inquiries, and then we'll turn it over to the rest of the board to ask questions if we have any. And your name is Leon Mosley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your DOC number?
321324.
Okay. And normally we ask, do you have a waiver in front of you about the hearing? But I think it's pretty much a moot point because you have your attorney present. But just so I'll stay consistent and keep my habit going, did you sign a piece of paper that you're ready to have this hearing and that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that piece of paper in front of you? And
yes, sir.
okay, good. That's all. That sounds good. Mr. Freeman.
I didn't mean to interrupt. There was one thing about this that I wanted to clarify. For whatever reason, Mr. McGee, the probation and parole specialist, I think he made an error in the answer to number 1. Have you been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years? Are you currently taking medication for a mental disorder? And he checked the box, yes. I have no, and I think Mr. Mosley can tell you, I don't believe he has any mental illness or taking any medication, just to clarify the record.
Okay, is that correct, Mr. Mosley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, thank you. Mr. Freeman, would you go ahead and?
Okay, Mr. Mosley, we're gonna start off with the meat and potatoes of this hearing. Actually, I mean, at number 4 and 13, we can pretty much combine because it's all based on the same evidence. Is that okay with you? Do you want to go through each one separately?
Combine them.
Okay. All right, number 4 says, I will not engage in any type of criminal conduct, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos, and I will refrain from illegal use of drugs and alcohol. In regards to the violation of parole condition 4A, which states it is alleged that subject engaged in criminal activity and that he committed the offense of unlawful use of social networking website, which led to his arrest by probation and parole on 1/13/26. This charge is currently pending. Well, we know it's not pending anymore. The DA refused the charge. Screenshots of Mr. Mosley's firm were produced as evidence. I'm not gonna read through the whole thing because the rest of it is evidence given by probation officer and evidence given by you and your attorney. So tell me what was going on. What is your answer to this violation?
Well, actually, I didn't have any knowledge that TikTok was a violation. I was under the impression that TikTok could be used. You know, it was on my sexual registry form. And I was on it at the time Mr. McGee came. I didn't try to hide it from him, open the door, had TikTok on. He asked me what I was doing. I told him I was watching TikTok.
Okay. Then do you also have an account with TikTok?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. What about the text message referring to Snapchat?
I haven't had Snapchat, sir.
You didn't get a text message? You didn't send a text message referring to Snapchat? Thing of that
No,
nature?
sir. No, sir. A text message was sent to me on an email. Snapchat was attached to it. So if I wanted to engage with a conversation, whoever the person was, I had to go to Snapchat and add Snapchat on to my social media, which I didn't have, to tell them.
That message, what was the message that you got?
I don't even recall it. That was on Gmail.
Okay, Gmail. Okay, well let's get to the Gmail. Gmail inbox referencing craving, myths, and adult crushes to a Leon Mose.
Right.
What about that?
That's spam mail.
That's spam.
Yes, that's something I'm not addressing. That's just sent to me. I'm not sending things back out to them.
Okay, okay. Wow, I've never gotten any spam mail regarding craving, myths, and adult crushes, but I guess it's possible. Okay. Have any questions regarding the Snapchat and the video and stuff of that nature?
Only that all that's included in your sex offender contract. Did you not understand the sex offender contract?
Yes, I did, sir.
What were you doing with the social media and Snapchat? What were you doing when that's talked about heavily in the contract and it's prohibited? And the parole officer has notes in here that they made you aware that it was prohibited behavior, and you still were doing it.
No, I don't have Snapchat, sir. Never had it. The only social media that I was
Said you had a social media account.
Yeah, he does. TikTok.
That's TikTok, sir.
That's all the same stuff. You're not supposed to be on any kind of social media when you're convicted.
But I was
But you were what?
I was informed that TikTok was allowed.
By your parole officer?
No, by the sheriff department. I'm under two different people. I have the sheriff department saying I can do one thing. I have the parole officer say I can't do something. So I'm under two different people. At first, Mr. McGee said that TikTok was in dilemma of where would it be a violation or would not be a violation. It was under the law had it where, as he explained, it wasn't a violation, or it could be a violation.
So why would you even mess with it? I mean, let's get down to the basics. You back in so much time. Why would you risk anything? If the sheriff's office told you not to do something, and the parole officer said you could do it, well, then you violating the sheriff, or vice versa. I mean, why would you even take a chance?
Good question.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
Can I interject now?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to wait to the end, and I've taken some notes on this, but I thought maybe I would mention a few things. It is my understanding that Mr. Mosley had met with, I think, somebody from the sheriff's office at first, I think, because he had a Facebook account, but he had no accounts. I think that what happened is the sheriff's office advised him that about all the social media things that were prohibited, all the ones that were particularly sensitive, and that TikTok was actually okay, and it was supposedly memorialized in a writing. Now, when I investigated this matter, I called the lady who was that he had spoken to. I could not get through to her. Apparently, she retired, and I said, "Well, that's okay. Can I please get access to this document because I needed it?" I guess I perhaps could have subpoenaed it, but I left it alone because I just wasn't getting cooperation from the authorities. I wanted them to just come forward and say, "Yeah, we advised him of this," and somebody advised him that it was okay. Now, whether he was advised later that he could not use TikTok, that apparently what you're saying that occurred. I think the parole and probation officer might have mentioned that to you, Leon. Okay, so the point is, I didn't really want to make an issue of this. The fact is, he was using TikTok. We would have had evidence showing that he was permitted. I wanted to submit this evidence, like I like to do in any hearing or proceeding where there's an adjudicatory board or judge or whatever. I decided that I was not going to spend months and months trying to get a hold of this document. I could have made a public records request. I could have done any number of things. I really wanted just cooperation, and I got none. And on top of that, the lady retired. So I have to believe when Mr. Mosley said he said that certain things were prohibited and TikTok was okay, that stood. Okay. I think it was later when he was advised that TikTok would not be allowed. Of course, that was after he was caught using it, where he was fully cooperative. So I just wanted to make that point. I didn't want to make this even an issue, but you brought it up, and I feel like I need to come to his defense on this.
Well, I agree.
And the other thing
that's the main issue. This whole hearing is whether he understood that section in the contract.
Well, that would be for Mr. Mosley to explain. I think I'm not sure. I think that he was acting on at some point, and the timing is not clear to me, but at some point somebody told him it's okay. So he's going to do it. Now, you know, who, you're right, who in their right mind, I call it the right mind test. Who in their right mind would just go on TikTok when they know that, if they know that there would be that the consequences might be spending 2 more decades or longer in jail when he's already spent half of his life in jail. It doesn't pass the right mind test. I've known Mr. Mosley for a while. In fact, I represented him at the original parole hearing that he had. And I can tell you unequivocally that he's a very, very honest man, and he would not do anything ever to jeopardize his freedom. So that's my point. I hope you understand. If you have any other questions of me, I'm happy to answer.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, I was gonna say we'll say those later, but I've turned the hearing over to Pete.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, only other thing is, the pictures you had, the children, was that family members?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that they were sent to you, or that was on a network also?
No, there was sent to me through my nephew.
Okay.
Just email.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, he just forwarded a text to you or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's hear from the people that came here to speak on your behalf. We have Miss Tracy Mosley, your wife.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Miss Mosley.
Hello.
Tell us what you want to say about your husband.
Well, my husband is a great man. I love my husband. So, I mean, there's a lot I can say about my husband. So I don't want to take up all y'all time, but I get emotional, so you have to excuse me. But you have to excuse me.
She could come in.
It's been a long time. It's been 90 days since, but one thing I can say, Leon is a very good man. He'll do anything for anybody. And he's very honest. And I know he won't do anything to jeopardize himself. And I mean, and like he said, the TikTok thing and just being away, I mean, I missed him a lot. And I know it's taking a toll on the family seeing him being away, because he has been gone for a long time. I've been knowing Leon way before we got married. I knew Leon growing up as a child, and now, you know, being married to him, he's a very honest, dependable man, and he's part of my life. And,
Yes.
and like I said, he's a great person.
Okay.
He made a mistake in his life, and I felt like he paid his time to society, and he just made his mistake. And I just wish everybody else could see the person that he is.
Okay. All right, let's hear from Mr. Leon Gatton.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Gatton, tell me what you want us to know about your son.
I say my son is a good man. And we all make mistakes in life and stuff not like that. Now, I'm gonna go as far to say that when he got out and every doggone thing, he went and found him a good job, a great job. He joined church, and he got to be in, you know, knowing the Lord, and doing the things the Lord asked him to do. And another doggone thing is that he has a lovely wife that cares about him, and she loves him. And she mostly do anything, or both of them do anything for anybody that they have to doggone do. And he's a good man. Then he got married and every doggone thing. And the family miss him, the whole family miss him. We care about him, we love him, and everything like that. But like I said before, we all make mistakes in life. We all, because we are human. And here it is, the doggone thing and stuff. I was looking for maybe his probation officer would have, you know, gave him a warning.
Yeah.
Some kind of doggone warning and stuff along the doggone line. Tell him he couldn't do this or tell him he couldn't do that. Instead of just, you know, ignoring the warning and stuff along the doggone line, maybe he just wanted to make himself look good. I don't know. But here's the fact along the doggone line. He should have gave him a warning. Some kind of a warning, tell him he couldn't do that and stuff along the doggone line. Cause like I said, we all love him. And we wish that, you know, that y'all can find some way in your hearts and let the good Lord just speak to you whatever kind of way and stuff along the doggone line for to let you know and stuff along. He's a good man. He tried to do his best for anybody and everybody. Like she said and stuff, he paid his debt to society. And he trying to be a better person because, like I said, he done joined church. He found the Lord within inside of him. He loved gospel music and stuff along the line. He loved his family, everybody that's in his family. He loved. He'll try to do the best that he can. He'll give you his shirt off his back.
Gotcha.
Good.
Okay,
So-
thank you, Mr. Mosley.
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions. My panel have a question?
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay, Mr. Byra has a question.
While Miss Mosley is up on the thing, let me ask her a question. If we were to give him a chance, would you agree to not have social media on your phone or any device in that house?
I definitely can delete it,
All of it?
all of it. It's not that important. My husband is more important than social media.
All right. All right. Now, my next question is for him. What have you learned in the United States? You've been sitting in jail right there thinking about this. What have you learned?
I ain't been worth my freedom, especially social media.
Anything else?
Yeah, that my family love me.
And listen to the probation officer or the sheriff's deputy in the future.
Both.
What if they give you conflicting answers again?
We'll get both of them on the phone together.
That's a smart man.
Great idea.
And you heard what your lawyer was saying about he's trying to find documentation. Without documentation, it didn't happen. So if you get in one of those situations again, you better have some documentation on what they're telling you. And I guarantee you that sheriff's deputy is not gonna put that in writing. I think there's possibly a possibility of a misunderstanding, not necessarily a willful intent on his part, or the deputy's part, or yours.
Both on executive session, unless you have more questions.
All right.
Go ahead, you next.
We need to hear. Early.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him close.
So if we were to give you another chance, you agree like your wife to have absolutely no social media on either one of y'all phones, on any device in the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll turn it back over to Mr.
Okay, let me ask one question
We can tell.
before we go in executive session. If you're fortunate enough not to be revoked this morning, do you agree to give your wife, and does she agree to have it, your passcode for your phone? So
Yes,
she can
sir.
double check.
She
So
has,
sometimes I think that'd be a good checks and balance, because she's not gonna let you have social media from the little bit I know of her, from listening to her. So I think that'd be a good check and balance. In addition to, of course, your parole officer. But you seem, I mean, you weren't hiding the fact that you were on social media when you came up. So I think that's a good thing. So You want to hear from Mr. Shapiro?
Okay, yeah, Mr. Shapiro, you want to close it out now?
I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible. I'm not exactly known for my brevity, but that's all right. I'm gonna do my best.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what you all pointed out, I can't remember which of the members pointed this out, but I think that with regard to the TikTok violation, I think there was a gross miscue, definitely. And I think Leon's remedy to that is brilliant, because you know, if he knows now, if he's got conflicting views, let's get them both on the phone and talk about it. Let's get this way, you know, he needs to know what he can and cannot do with certainty. Now, should he have acted in an abundance of caution and not gone on it? Probably yes. But I think there was, and I think it's very forgivable though. And I hope you take that into consideration. But let me just go over these things quickly. You know, we have basically what amounts to two technical violations in this case. We have no violence. We have no. He's not a predator. We have no new crime, and you know, we have a man that's actually in the last 4 years has done a great job in rebuilding his life. I'll point out, and I think you know this already, that the Livingston Parish District Attorney's Office refused the charges against him for use of social media under revised statutes 14:91.5. I was a DA for a year in Orleans Parish, and I know I have your sympathies in that regard, but my job was to screen cases, and I know what goes into screening a case. There's a lot of work. You got a lot of things you got to look at, body cams, this and that, next thing. The DA that refused this case looked at everything and decided that there wasn't, at a minimum, there was not enough probable cause to bring the charge against him. So, and as I pointed out in my memo, you know, when the refusal itself should have ended it and had probation. This happened after our preliminary examination. Had the DA refused it before the hearing, I think the probation officer probably would have said, you know what, there's no probable cause. If the DA didn't find probable cause, I'm not going to find probable cause. I'm just saying. But even if you considered it as a technical violation under the statute, you know, it's a technical violation, and he's got, in this case, a technical violation earns him 90 days. Well, guess what? He's just about earned the 90 days, or maybe more. As to the photographs, yeah, I mean, here you have a man had spent half of his life in prison, half of his life, a quarter of a century behind bars. And he did remarkably well, enough to get out on parole, and he treasures that. I would say that, you know, when family wants to celebrate the fact that many of them have not seen him, you know, in person and, you know, in contact with the adult family members, it's important for reunification for him to be able to do that. Now, were there children there? Yeah, there were children that he hadn't met before. They were all relatives. I mean, this was a celebration, and it happened before he entered into the sex offender contract, and that's my understanding. And I've talked to Mr. Mosley about that as well. So, I mean, he really didn't have any intent he didn't have the intent to be around children without permission, if that's what the contract says, but I think it does. So, I mean, you know, again, he's not a predator of children anyway. You know, it was an innocent get together, and they had a good time. And you know what? They needed to celebrate with him, because that's a big event. to get out after all that time. This was reunification, not misconduct at all. You know, his performance on, let me speak about this. So performance on parole in the last 4 years has been remarkable. He's got no failed drug tests. He's got no new convictions. He works at the US Fire Pump, earning about $4,400 a month. I'm kind of wondering if they would hire me, because I could use to make a salary like that. But he's got a stable home, a stable marriage, a stable routine. He has been fully cooperative. He was during the home visit, and that all of that speaks for itself. Now let me talk about public safety for a minute. He's 51. He's 51 years old. And I pointed out some studies that I'm sure you all are aware of this because you see these cases all the time. But the recidivism rate for people that are 50 and over is really, really low. And it's the two studies I've cited, and I respect the authorities of which they came. That is significant. He's not going to commit another crime. It would, as I said, the right mind test, like I told you about earlier, it wouldn't pass the right mind test, you know. So we have a strong family support, we have strong employment, and nothing suggests that he's a danger to anybody. Okay. Now, we know under the statute there are graduated sanctions. And not everything requires a revocation. These are technical violations. He's done 90 days or so, and I need to figure out whether it's more or he's about to reach 90. But we would ask that if you consider anything, you know, consider the time that he spent in here, and he's had time to think about. I don't think he fully articulated everything. But I can tell you this, when you spend 90 days, after you've been out for 4 years, you spend 90 days back in prison, you're really unhappy and you think about things. And I think he's learned a lesson from these 90 days for sure. Nothing further is required. You know, and I'll close with saying this. After 23 years in prison, he came out and he lived a good life. He was a solid citizen. He's shown a lot of responsibility, stability, and I think genuine change. And, you know, allowing him to go home really honors the law. And it actually supports public safety. He is no harm to anyone. We would ask you to, if you're going to impose any sanctions, a time served sanction is really most appropriate. Revocation is, in this instance, is inappropriate, and we would ask you kindly to let him go home. Let him go home and let him continue on the journey, the good journey he started. He made a couple of missteps, for sure. But you know what? I think he's learned his lesson. Let him continue on his journey on the outside world. He'll make you proud. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank
I
you.
got a question for the attorney. What is the current status of the 2 counts of resisting arrest with the Albany Police Department?
That's an interesting question. That happened before any of this happened, and when we had the preliminary hearing, and I was there for him in the preliminary hearing, that subject was brought up, and both of the supervisor, who was the hearing officer, and the witness, who was his parole specialist, both sort of looked at each other as if this is my impression, as if to say, we kind of get what they did to you. They do this all the time. All right. Now, has it been adjudicated? No. He's been here. Did they bring him to court? No, not yet. I'm representing him in that case. I don't know what's going to happen in that. I frankly don't believe that this happened the way it went down. I think he was abused by law enforcement. I'm not kidding either. I'm going to get to the bottom of it, but you know, even so, there's no conviction. There's a charge. I think it's frivolous. I think it was inappropriate police conduct, frankly, from what I understand. And I don't think it's, you know, in the preliminary examination, there was a finding of no probable cause. And I think that both of them had some doubts about the charges themselves. It was pretty evident to me anyway. The other one was I think the payment of fees. You know, you kind of see this happen all the time, and I don't know, people forget, maybe it's a misstep or whatever. It was satisfied by his family or him, by him, he's the one making money. It was satisfied in advance of the hearing, so it became moot. And so there was a finding of no probable cause. So I don't think, it's really not even, my understanding is if there's probable cause, it comes before you all to adjudicate the matter. Both of them had a finding of no probable cause, so I don't really think it's on the table. If it is on the table, I don't know, I think even a conviction for that would not tilt the scales. I think it was an unfortunate traffic stop. I know as a lawyer, I do see this all the time. And many cases that I have are just dismissed. And I pursue them rather aggressively because I don't like to see that happen to people.
Did you say there was no arraignment and there's no court date on it?
I have not been aware of any court date on it. I don't think that they advised you. There was a court date, and they didn't bring him to court because he was here. Look, I've seen this all the time, you know. They decide whether they want to bring them or not. They're supposed to. They get a jail list. They're supposed to bring you to jail, but for some reason they didn't bring them to court. I think our deputy here, Gomez, can speak to that a little bit too.
Hello, sirs. Yeah, he is currently not in jail on anything for Albany, nor do we have anything stating that he has any type of warrant or anything like that out for him for Albany. At this point, I just had my office associate check. He only was here on the social media arrest, and that was dismissed. So he's only here on the parole hold for y'all.
And I think the case is out of Albany City
Court. If anything, it may be at Albany City Court, but he currently, when he was arrested, did not have any warrants or anything outstanding as far as we know.
Let me add to that because there's a little more information so you know it. Even after that incident, he was not even arrested for that incident. He was given a summons. Now I think he was angry. He didn't accept the summons, but he was given a summons, and it was, it says you need to appear in court. All of a sudden he's here, he can't appear in court. So it wasn't a no-show.
All right, we got that. Okay. I make a motion for executive session.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion for an executive session. There is no objection. It's 9:37. We're going to talk about a procedural matter right quick, and we will be right back with you in just a moment.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to go back into regular session.
Motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second and no objection to going back into regular session. It's 9:42 in the morning on the same day. Okay, are y'all prepared to vote?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Freeman, would you start?
Okay, this is a tough case. You know, we have to look at this very strongly because you are a convicted sex offender and you are on social media. You know, and I want to start off by saying everything Mr. McGee did was correct. And the fella that keeps saying he should have given him a warning, no, he shouldn't. If he'd have gave him a warning, he might have been looking for a job. So I really want to point that out. Mr. McGee followed the letter of the contract, which you should have known, but it could have been misinterpreted. So at this time, I'm going to give you a break and I'm going to reprimand you and continue on supervision. But Mr. Byron is going to have some conditions that he's going to add about social media. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Byron?
My decision is being based on the district attorney dismissing these charges. So I'm gonna go ahead and vote with Mr. Freeman to reinstate you with the condition that you continue with your sex offender classes, that you absolutely have no social media on any device in your residence, and that all the electronic devices in your residence at any time can be searched by the probation and parole office. That's my conditions.
Okay, you have 2 votes and you just need 2, but I'm going to go ahead and vote anyway. I concur with everything that's been said so far, but I want to give you a little bit stronger in looking at the photo of all of the people that have responded to you or texted you, whether it be response or not. There is some very questionable things on your phone. And they have algorithms that pick out, and they don't just waste all these things and send them to you and you just have them stored here. This is an unusual amount of provocative pictures of people that are involved in some sort of social media. What I'm saying is you are dancing with the devil. And it's not just TikTok, it was Snapchat also. And from the number of followers and people you're following on these accounts is large, very large. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that tells me that you're not just watching home improvement videos, or at least makes me suspect that you're not. It doesn't tell me that, it makes me suspect. So what I'm telling you is I concur with their votes, but because the DA wouldn't go forward with this, and because of the representation that you have and the quote reasons you have, but I want to tell you, I don't buy it. Okay, I want to tell you, and I want, because your wife's probably still listening, I want to tell you that you are dancing with the devil. Do you understand that term? Okay. I think that'll conclude this hearing at 9:46. You are not revoked. You have some special conditions that will be put on you, but you are free as soon as they process you or whatever, it'll be their determination, but you're free to go. Okay?
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, they quit.
We'll do it.
Okay, the time is 10:01. Today's date is the 8th day of April of 2026. We're continuing our hearings from Baton Rouge, Department of Corrections headquarters, where we've been this morning having hearings. And so we have three of us on the panel today that are going to be handling the parole requests and the parole revocation cases. Pete Freeman is to my right. Danny Barra is to my left, and my name is Steve Prater. And we'll be going to Louisiana State Penitentiary to handle the case of Mr. Jacob Lawrence. Or Lawrence Jacobs Jr., I believe is the correct. Is that correct? Lawrence Jacobs Jr. Let's see, I'll turn this over to Mr. Freeman, who is the principal interviewer on this.
Okay. All right, first off, we want to welcome everybody that's here. I'm going to call out the names of people that are here at headquarters in support. At headquarters, we have Lawrence Jacobs Sr. He will be speaking. We have Pastor Watts, he's on Zoom, will be speaking. Adrian Hutchinson, Ms. Hutchinson is the attorney. I'll get her to enter into the record at the proper time. She's at Angola. Carrie Myers, Louisiana Pro Project, will be speaking. Carolyn Hull, cousin. James Hull, cousin. Annie Coleman, aunt. And Betty Jacobs' mother are also here at headquarters in support. We also have some people that are against. And then we have some people just observing. We have Josh Schwartz, former attorney, Cecilia Capel, attorney, Shanita Ferris, attorney, Stephanie Bowe, attorney. Okay, so let's get started. Mr. Jacobs, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put into jail? And then also tell me, what have you done to where we should consider letting you go today?
First, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to the entire Bowe family. I will never be able to apologize enough for being the reason why Mr. Nelson and Ms. Della is not here with you today. And I apologize. I long ago came to the understanding that if I didn't wake up that morning with the intentions to rob someone, then none of this happens. I didn't have to be the one that pulled the trigger. This is 100% my fault. And it's my prayer that Mr. Netta and Miss Stephanie, Miss Sandra, and Mr. Brandon, and the entire Bowe family, I want to apologize to y'all. And I want to apologize for my co-defendant as well, Roy Bridgewater. Maybe I pray that one day he wakes up and give y'all the closure that you desire. Until then, if you have any questions to ask me, I'm here for that. And I apologize that you have to relive these moments as I'm about to tell this honorable committee what happened on that day. With that being said, 1996, I was a 16-year-old runaway kid, and I was staying with a friend of mine. I had no job. I used to rob and steal to get by on the streets. And this particular morning, I woke up with the intention to go rob somebody because I was low on funds. As I was leaving the house that I was staying in, my co-defendant, Roy Bridgewater, asked me where I was going. And I told him where I was going. He asked if he can come with me. And I said, yes. So we left and went to the next neighborhood over. We came across a woman named Brenda Menard, and we was going to rob her first. But she seen through our mess, so she kind of kept a distance from us and was asking us why we wasn't in school and why we're not trying to make something of ourselves. And her words resonated with me to the point to where Roy asked me, did I want to continue to go ahead through it on robbing her? And I was like, no. And I walked away. You know, looking back hindsight, I wish I would have took her advice. But when we was leaving out the neighborhood, I seen Mr. Nelson. He was standing by his van in front of his house. And Roy asked me, he said, what about him? Would you like to go rob him? I looked around, I didn't see nobody standing around, so I was like, all right, yes. So we approached Mr. Nelson and asked for directions off the street we had just came off of. And as he went to point, that's when we pulled out our weapons and asked for him to go into the garage. We went into the garage and we asked him to step into the house. When we stepped into the house, Miss Della was in the kitchen. So we brought Mr. Nelson into the kitchen with Miss Della, and Roy held them both at gunpoint and told me to go check the house for valuables. As I checked the house for valuables, I brought the valuables back to all that I could find back to the living room. And at this time, Roy asked Mr. Nelson for the keys to the minivan. He gave us the keys to the minivan. Roy gave the keys to me and told me to go load up the van. So I proceeded to load up the van. And after I loaded up the van, I came back into the house and told Roy I'm about to get the phones to buy us some time. He said, don't worry about the phones, just go start the van up. So as I go to start the van up, as soon as I stepped in the garage, I heard gunshots. I immediately fell to the ground because I thought somebody was shooting at me. But when I looked up, I see nobody was shooting at me. I go to the van and start the van and continue to back out. Roy came running out the house and he jumped in the van. I asked him, I'm like, what happened? And he told me that he killed him because they seen our face. You know, I was just kind of, it was overwhelming and I was nervous. I was trying to drive off, but I couldn't drive straight. So he told us to switch and we switched up. So Roy brought us by, we drove by his girlfriend's house and we unloaded everything out the van in his girlfriend's house. At this particular time, I wanted to burn the van, but Roy wanted to leave the van in the projects with the keys in it in hopes that somebody take the van and they'll get caught with the van and they'll have to answer for the murder. So that's what we agreed upon. So we went to the Iberville projects and we left the van in the Iberville projects with the keys in it. And then we went to Canal Street to McDonald's to Pennyland to be seen on camera just in case we needed an alibi. At this particular time, we caught the bus back to Roy's girlfriend's house. And everything was going according to how Roy had foreseen it, but except for we didn't take into account that my fingerprints were going to be on the passenger door. So that made me a person of interest, and the police was looking for me. So once I was seeing my face flashed on the television, this kind of was like overwhelming. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. So I just wanted to get away. So I knew I had a cousin that was a police officer in Mississippi, and I wanted to go talk with him to get some advice from him on what I should do. So I bought a bus ticket and went to Mississippi by a relative house. And that relative, my relatives out there knew I don't really never come out there without my parents because I was a kid, 16-year-old kid. And so they immediately called my dad and asked him if he knew that I was out there. My dad told him to not let me know that, he was looking for me, he's on his way. So he immediately came out there. And when my dad arrived, he told me that the police was at the house looking for me, asked me what happened. I told him what happened, and he gave me the advice that I should turn myself in to the police and trust the process of the court system. And that the role that I played, if it's like I said, then hope that the court would have mercy on me. You know, so I thought about it and I agreed to turn myself in to the detectives. And that's what I did. And I told them everything that I'm telling you today, you know, because I just wasn't, I was ashamed of what I partaked in. And that's why I'm sitting before you today.
Okay.
And the reason that, to answer the other question on why I hope that you grant me parole, let me take you through my years of incarceration. The early years of my incarceration, I just had to find out who Lawrence was. My first years, you know, I walked around with a chip on my shoulder because I was a 16-year-old kid locked up amongst grown men who didn't really care about your age. And it was a culture of if you was weak, you was beat. So I got in trouble a lot in my first years of incarceration because I thought if I portrayed the image of a troublemaker, people would leave me be. In 2001, I started studying Islam. In 2003, I became Muslim. Islam brought a lot of discipline to my life and it humbled me a lot. Praying 5 times a day, fasting during the month of Ramadan, doing charity. These things humbled me. And at this point in my life, I asked God to forgive me. And I forgave myself. And I also forgave my co-defendant. And I remember praying to God, asking God that maybe one day he'll bring peace into the Bowles family, that they maybe find it in their heart to forgive me one day. And at this point, I asked God to change me. I'm like 24 years old at this point. Years later, I got convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life. My journey for change still continued because I had to work my way out of extended lockdown to the working cell block and to prison population. My first few months in prison population, I got into the GED. I obtained my GED. I also got into trade school and got certification in culinary arts. These were like my first 3 years in prison population. You know, at this time, change seemed very promising, but I had my struggles. I had my ups and downs as I adjusted to prison population. At this time, I seen that I had some attitudes and behavior issues that I had to deal with. So I wanted to change, so I got involved with programming. That's when I got enrolled in anger management, Cage Your Rage, AA, Thinking for a Change, 100 Hours. And these programs helped me tremendously, especially Thinking for a Change, because it helped me understand my thoughts. It helped me, you know, go into my mind and understanding why I was thinking like I was thinking. And Thinking for a Change had me understand that the way you think determines how you act. So I like the whole mental aspect of everything. And it helped with the decline of my write-ups. And my last write-up was 2021. It was an altered tablet that I had and that I pled guilty to because I should never had one. And I pled guilty to the altered tablet, to operating, having a Facebook page and selling my hobby craft off of that. And this was like one of the most devastating write-ups I had because at this particular point of my incarceration, I'm a leader in the prison community and I lost a lot. I lost my trustee status, I lost hobby craft, I got taken out of Bible college, I got taken off the pause program. I got taken away from everything that I love to do. So I had to regain the trust of not only my prison community, but also security again. So I had to work extra hard. And I worked my way back out of lockdown. I retook Thinking for a Change, 100-hour refreshing the courses. I got back in Bible college and finished Bible college with a bachelor's and associate. I got into Ashland University and got a associate degree in general studies and business management. I became a mentor, a transitional program specialist for the BNP program at Camp C. I got my trustee status back. I got back in hobbycraft. I went to creating programs to helping other individuals in my Islamic community. The list will not stop because I won't stop. This is just who I am. And this is why I hope that you grant me parole, because I put in work and I'm not afraid to work. Every day I wake up to work on myself. And I will be an asset to society, not a liability. I no longer have the destructive behavior patterns that I once had as a child. And in closing, I just want to apologize to the Bowles family. Miss Annetta, for my actions, I understand that because of what I did, you no longer have a husband. You lost a mother-in-law. Miss Sandra, you lost a brother and a mother. Stephanie and Brandon, you lost a father and a grandmother. All because I just want to go out and rob somebody. And I apologize. I will never be able to apologize enough. Your Honor, the Honorable Committee, I just want to thank you for your time and your consideration. And the world has seen the worst of me. And I just ask that you let them see the best of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good statement. All right, let's hear from the ward.
Good morning, board members. So Lawrence did a very, very, very outstanding job explaining everything that he has accomplished while he's here at Louisiana State Penitentiary. And so I don't think I need to go over everything because he basically went over every program that he had. So he did participate in our driver's license class, and I think upon his release, he will have a driver's license if y'all grant him parole. He's a very respectable inmate. He respects authority. He follows policies. And I think that he'll be an asset to his community if he's paroled. We have some juveniles here now that's 18. Well, they're not juveniles, they're young adults. That's here from 18 to 21 that we do have in population that Lawrence and other offenders do talk to them because they once was in their shoes. So they explain to them, that they need to come in here and do what they're supposed to do and get on the right track and not be what they were when they were here. Now, I'm proud of that. So in closing, I think that he will be an access if y'all was to grant him parole.
Okay, let me ask you something. What about the protective custody? Why is he in there?
He's not in protected custody.
Why they got 6/20/25 protection, 6/24/25 protection? That's on his disciplinary reports. So what does that mean? Never seen that before.
His last disciplinary report was in 2021.
Yeah, I see that on the ones that's written up. It's on the form, the conduct summary. So he wasn't in no protective custody, and he didn't get found not guilty of a fight in 6/23/25.
No, sir.
Okay. Wow, that's a. Stand out. Okay,
No, sir.
okay.
What you were investigating, wait, hold up. You were investigated, said in 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
You were. So can you explain to him what that was about?
Somebody had wrote a letter saying that they was gonna harm me. That's how I ended up going to Camp C, getting part of the behavior management program. They had to move me. Somebody wrote a letter on me. Nobody didn't know it wasn't signed or nothing. So that's why they had locked me up for protection and moved me. We never got to the bottom of why or who wrote it.
And you also had a not guilty fight in
Well, yeah,
6/25.
it wasn't somebody, one in the cell while I was locked up, somebody went to throwing food on me and my cellie. Somebody, a mental patient. That's why they found me not guilty. Cause they
Okay.
knew, yeah, he just,
If it's a not guilty plea, we don't have it in the record.
I got
And
this
as
in the
far as
record.
the protection, as far as the protection, custody and stuff, he didn't stay in there. He was let right back out and he still had his minimum B status.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate y'all straightening that out for me. I was confused.
Welcome.
Okay, we're gonna go on and hear, we're gonna have more questions for you, but first off, we're gonna hear the people here that's to speak on your behalf. We have, Lawrence Jacobs Senior, father. Yes, sir. Go up there and tell us what you want us to know about your son.
Well, I was prepared to kind of talk about all of the accolades and everything that he done. I think
Okay.
he's done a good job. Of course, we also know that he has some setbacks as well. And hopefully he has learned from those because, in life, you have to follow directions and you have to do the right thing. And I think as he's grown, you know that whatever position he's in, he has to do the right thing. But I have family here that drove in from Jackson, Mississippi. Also, in Angola, we have Lawrence uncle and auntie that flew in from Florida. And but they have a grandmother as well. She's 90 years old. I hope you don't mind me saying that. Okay, but they have such a great relationship, and I know she just waiting and it's a couple here. But we are here supporting Lawrence release on parole. And we're just not supporting him mainly because he's my son, loves, but we reported him because of the man that he had become. I feel it came a long way. And he turned into a fine young man. And as you heard him, he has taken responsibility for the action and apologized for his involvement with the both family tragedy. And I have no doubt that if he's released on parole, he'll make a positive impact in the community. And that's because I watched him grow, develop, and mature, and again, become to a very fine young man. If you heard, him taking a lot of advantage of the programs in Angola. And of course, one of the things I'm really proud of is that he went in as a teenager, but after his trial and tribulation, realized what he was there for, decided to turn his life around. He didn't waste any time getting his GED. And not only GED, he has not one, not two, but 3 college degrees. Which is, I think, is fantastic. And of course, you heard all the other things that he was involved in. So, with the dedication, skill set, personality, especially the type of person he is, I feel really good that he's doing a lot of time. Great job. But the beauty of the whole thing is that I'm pretty sure with his situation, probably going to take some time to find out. But with his family bagging him up, he don't have to rush. Because we'll make sure that he has the support from his family to go out and be very successful. And so I'm asking, and because I truly believe that he's going to go out and do a really good job for us. I feel that he will exceed all of our expectations, especially because all the things he's doing. And definitely, as he talked about, he mentoring in Angola. That's something I like to see him do. is to find organizations with young troubled kids. They'll tell the story. They've been through a lot. And if the kid listens to their story, I'm sure they'll be trained. No question. So
Okay.
we're just asking and please recommend the launch.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, let's hear from Pastor Watts on Zoom.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Doing the best I
What you
can.
want us to know about him? Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, when I met Mr. Jacob, he was a young man. Kind of rough around the edges. I was the pastor at Camp C for a decade and a half, incarcerated. I now work in Mississippi as a chaplain in prison in Mississippi. I can remember like yesterday when I first met him and I introduced myself to him. He was cordial, but as I said, he was rough around the edges. I'm always recruiting for the kingdom. That's my call on life. And so I kind of kept my eye on Mr. Jacobs to see what type of person he was in prison. And I know you all have talked to many prisoners in your life. We watch everything and we evaluate everything, and then we make the judgment. Whether right or wrong, that's just the way that things go. And so after watching them, I started spending time. I was a football coach as well. I asked them to play football, to come out and play football, which was one of my avenues to draw people to God. I watched Mr. Jacob for some time because he was at Camp C a long time with me. And I watched him develop into a man. I watched him allow things that he should not do or places he should not go, that he stopped doing it and he stopped going to those places. I had some guys that I was better friends with that never stopped doing those things, and they're still in prison. But I can say this for Mr. Jacob, and I'll tell this distinguished board that I will never speak for anyone in any prison. I get letters every month to speak. I would never speak for anyone that could not be my next door neighbor, where my grandchildren are, and my children and my wife. Not only would I want Mr. Jacobs to be my next door neighbor, he can come to Mississippi and live with me and my wife. And because he has an associate and bachelor's degree, we can get him hired right here in this prison, as I have my supervisor sitting here right now. In Jesus' name. I thank Mr. Jacob. I don't just think, I know Mr. Jacob is ready for society. Not just to be in society, but to be a productive member of society, a tax-paying, productive member of society. I don't just feel that, I know that. I was around him for a long time.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate those comments.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go on and hear from Mr. Myers at the Louisiana Parole Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Here on behalf of Lawrence Jacobs. Parole Project has accepted Lawrence as a client. We've been working with Lawrence for a number of years. As this board is aware, Lawrence was denied parole in 23 at his first hearing. Several things could have happened after that denial. Most of them didn't. Lawrence continued on a trajectory that was forward, continued on the trajectory of service while he's been incarcerated, continued on a trajectory of self-improvement. We're here simply because of the U.S. Supreme Court's decisions in Miller and Montgomery. Lawrence was a 16-year-old lost child who, despite the best efforts of his family, ran away from home, was living a street life, crashing on sofas. We know what the brain science says. You know, the whys sometimes are very difficult to explain, but we know that a 16-year-old child, desperate, trying to live off the streets, is going to make bad decisions, going to be influenced by people who are older than him. And that's usually negative influences. This is exactly what happened. This is exactly why the said children are different. Children have the capacity to change. Lawrence has demonstrated that capacity to change. Not just demonstrated it, he's lived it. Those words that the Supreme Court said, that children are different, and they have the capacity to change and should have a meaningful opportunity for release. For Lawrence, those weren't just words, that he put them in action. And yes, he stumbled sometimes along the way as he grew up and matured. But maturity, education, a perfect example of maturity, the degrees he has, the service, pause, mentor for the behavioral management program, a hospital orderly, signs of maturity, of giving back. Parole Project understands specifically the needs of juvenile lifers. We were founded upon that. We will provide Lawrence with the transition he needs. His reentry plan is strong. He has no intentions of going back to Jefferson Parish out of respect for the victims. We will provide Lawrence with the assistance that he needs, the transitional programming that he needs to learn the world that he's missed for the last 30 years. Will his mentors be people who were him? Our structured program will provide him during that transition. We'll also help him with employment. He does have skills he acquired during his incarceration, so he is employable. At his age, he's very employable in his health. But mainly it's the character that Lawrence has developed over the years. Like I said, a couple of things could have happened after 23. He could have spiraled. He could have given up. He could have become angry. He did not. That is an absolute sign of maturity and commitment to being an adult, to doing the things that he knows he should do. We are looking forward to having Lawrence in our program. Not only would he be an asset to our program, he'll be an asset to society. So we ask this board to consider these factors and grant his parole today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. Okay, let's get back to Mr. Jacobs. Okay, Mr. Jacobs, so you were 16 when you committed this crime?
Yes, sir.
Were you on supervision when you committed this crime? I see you were released at one time.
Yes, sir.
So you out on supervision when you committed this crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you on drugs?
I've tried drugs before. Yes, sir.
Were you
But I wasn't on drugs when when this crime happened.
Okay. Okay. And were you originally sentenced to death?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then they commuted that to life?
Yes. Well, I had a new trial. I
Right.
had got a new trial when I was on death row. And in the midst of my new trial, that's when you couldn't bring juveniles to death row. The case came back. So they reduced my charge from 1st-degree murder to 2nd degree.
Okay, and how long have you been in prison?
29 years, 30 this year.
Okay. I do have to note that you have strong law enforcement, you have law enforcement opposition. The victim's daughter and granddaughter and the victim's wife are all opposed, strongly opposed to you getting out. You murdered 2 people, not just one. Now, originally you said that you shot them. Then later you changed and said Bridgewater shot them. So why'd you change your story?
I never said that Bridgewater, I never said that I shot him. I always said that Bridgewater had shot him.
If I may, Mr. Freeman,
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize for the interruption. This came up.
Let you close out, huh?
That's okay. This came up actually in Lawrence's previous parole hearing. Lawrence only made one statement at the time of the crime that has remained consistent with this one. His attorney, his previous attorney, Mr. Swartz, who's on, was able to correct that information that Mr. Bridgewater gave multiple statements, and it looks like maybe one of his statements got coded under Lawrence's, but he has only given one statement, and it has been consistent with what you've heard throughout the years, both in trial, previous parole hearing, and here today. But it's something that even checking in the evidence that's available in the parish, there's nothing in there that sustains an additional statement. So we believe that may have been Mr. Bridgewater's statement.
Okay, and go on and tell us all what you want us to know about Mr. Jacobs, please, ma'am.
Absolutely. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney for the Louisiana Parole Project, representing Mr. Lawrence Jacobs. You all, obviously, I provided you with the circumstances of the case, and Mr. Jacobs has provided you with that as well. Both who he was at the time of the crime and his role in the crime. My position today is to kind of highlight the man that he is today and to give some context to some things that have previously come up in parole hearings. We understand that the board takes a holistic view of growth, rehabilitation, and maturity when assessing parole, to look at like a measuring stick for reentering society. I think we all can agree that rehabilitation doesn't really begin until there's remorse. And you can look throughout the brief and all the exhibits I provided from the court hearings when Mr. Jacobs was permitted to speak to his previous parole hearing to today. He's always provided genuine remorse and responsibility, all the way from the moment his father walked him into the police station. But I understand there are other things that this board looks at. He and everyone else has discussed with you. He's obtained his GED. He has a culinary arts degree from Louisiana Technical College. He has a welding certification from NCCER and Capital Area Technical College. He has a associate's degree and bachelor's degree in Christian ministry from the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary, an associate's degree from Ashland University, and he is on course to complete his bachelor's degree there as well. If you look at the exhibits I provided to you, you will see that once Mr. Jacobs entered general population in 2008 and was able to obtain programming and education, there has not been 1 year that has gone by that he has not participated in something to better himself. His volunteer work, all the way from the Life of Christ play that he participated in from 3 years to delivering meals during Ramadan. You'll see he's facilitated classes. He started classes. He's mentored in the behavior management program as well as the residential drug abuse program. He's provided tours. He's worked with tours with children to stop them from making the same decisions he has. He's worked as a hospital orderly and a pause trainer. There's service to others. There's mentorship. There's facilitation of programming. There's starting of programming, volunteer work, programming, and education in his record for almost 17 years, which is the time in which he's been able to participate in this. And that's kind of what I want to put into context today. Typically, when we look at juveniles, we look for the downward trajectory in write-ups. Lawrence's trajectory does that, but it does it in a very different way. Most juveniles enter into general population around 18 or 19 because of the court. His initial sentence, which y'all have already established, was the death sentence, and then the various court hearings that allowed him to come down to a life sentence. He didn't enter general population until he was almost 30. So we see in 2008 that downward trajectory that we probably would have saw earlier in other people, he got about 10 years later. And so that kind of puts into context just kind of maybe why you would particularly think that that may be a delay, right? But it's specifically because he didn't get that education and those rehabilitation services until that time. And we know those to be the things that make us see that change in a person, right? And so if I can maybe put a little bit more into perspective, in those 17 years of programming, then we only see 12 days, 12 bad days. And that's what that DB report, I think, reflects. I think that this is the type of person who isn't complacent, being an observer in the prison. He's been a motivator, a mentor. And I think this is the type of individual that the institution would like to see released for parole, because it would make other people want to step up and do more than just the bare minimum in the institution, encouraging others. His intentional reentry plan further shows you his remorse. He doesn't plan to go back to Jefferson Parish or any of the surrounding parishes, even though that's where his family is. He's received glowing remarks from the staff, not only today, but in his previous parole hearing and even in the letters in their court appearances. And as Kerry said, his character is further defined after his 2023 denial, when he went on to facilitate and mentor programs, created programs, took victim awareness, and received his trustee status back. The record has been clear. At no point did the court believe that Lawrence could not change, and I believe he's proven that to you today. We ask that you give him the opportunity, like the majority of other juveniles that had a life sentence, and allow the parole project to further push him to be successful within his reentry plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As usual, you did a very good job. Okay, when you committed the burglary back in 1996, tell me about that.
Oh, the one
where you robbed the gay, I'm not even trying to pronounce their last names, but you robbed a husband and a wife. He had a taxi.
Oh, yeah, me and Roy did that. We did that, committed that robbery as well.
Did he get convicted of it also? Of that robbery?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And yeah, we did the exact same thing. We robbed our way, forced our way into their house, and we robbed them the exact same way, and we had and we left. You know, we went into their house. We brought them into their room. Asked them what valuables they had. They gave us the valuables, and we went to the house, went through the house. We eventually had left, and that was like really an awful thing that we did. They had a woman, the lady woman, I can't pronounce the name as well, but you know, she had got, at one point she got kind of she was like aggressive, and to calm her down, I did hit her with the gun. I hit her with the gun, and once I did that, they gave us the money, and we had left. That would happen
That was my main question. So you were the one that hit her with the gun. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that happened before the murder. So
Yes,
did
sir.
you go to jail for that and then
No,
get
sir.
out, commit the murder, or was this charge just there, and then when you committed the murder, they took both of them?
No, sir. When I got arrested for the murder, that's when all the charges came.
That's all right. Arrested at one time. Okay. For both offenses. Okay, I have no further questions. I'll be happy to turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
You said that robbing people was the way you got your money. How many robberies did you actually commit?
I committed at this particular time, I committed about 3 armed robberies. I was on that run about 3 armed robberies.
And how did y'all pick the victims?
It wasn't nothing. It was just kind of like, if they looked like they had money. It wasn't nothing planned. If they looked like, if an opportunity presented themselves, looked like they had some money, like they was worth something, and we had a if it was opportunity, till we could get away with it, we took it. You know, it wasn't like nothing that was really planned. It's nothing that you just go into and just, you know, like we ain't do no canvas the land and all that. It's just they was there, nobody was around. Looked like they got something, and we tried to rob them.
And where do you plan on living if you're released?
Baton
No,
Rouge.
right first, but Baton Rouge?
Yeah, Baton Rouge short term.
That's all the questions I have.
How old is Mr. Bridgewater?
Bridgewater now it should be about 47.
How old was he then?
Oh, Bridgewater was 17.
He was 17, you were 15 when it started.
I was 16.
16? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's all my questions.
I move for an executive session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for an executive session to discuss some procedural matters, things that we need to talk about. We got a motion and a second and no opposition. It's 10:47. We will be in executive session for just a few moments, and then we will come back and resume our question and our hearing. to the regular session.
I'll make the motion.
Got a motion and
I
a
second.
second and no opposition to go back into regular session. The time is now 10:59. It's still the same date, the 8th of April, 2026. We will resume the parole hearing for Mr. Lawrence Jacobs. And Mr. Freeman, do you have any other questions or are you ready, prepared to vote?
I am prepared to vote. Okay, Mr. Jacobs, this has been one of the toughest cases I've ever seen. You were a young man of 16 when you did all of this. You do admit to your guilt. You have I think you have great program when it comes to the reentry side of things, but I think you don't have your substance abuse. We need to get that substance abuse completed. So my vote today is going to be to parole you in 9 months. Set your parole date for 9 months and you're to complete that substance abuse treatment and other courses that we will send to order you to complete. You are to complete every course that we send for you to do. And then after that, you will be to release to the parole project. And I know Mr. Myers might not want to hear this, but we're going to release him to you for a minimum of 2 years. Can your place handle that, Mr. Myers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. You have a lot of catching up to do, a whole bunch of catching up to do on what's going on in society. And after that, you'll be out on parole with electronic monitoring for 1 year. That is my vote today.
Mr. Barra.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I agree. You done some very, very bad things, but you're not in denial about it. You accept the responsibility. You apologize. You've changed your life. I'm gonna vote to concur with Mr. Freeman, but I'm gonna also add a special condition that you not return to any town where any of the victim's family lives. So nowhere with victim's family, we don't want y'all running into each other. We don't want to open any wounds for them again by seeing you.
Okay. All right. And finally, it's my turn to vote. And due to the fact that you were 16 years old and you're now almost 50, it's been 30 years and you were not the trigger man on this terrible crime. My vote is to concur with them and to grant parole. And so with those conditions that I agree to, Mr. Freeman, you agree to all the conditions stated?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, as do I. And so you agree to the conditions as stated by him, by Mr. Freeman?
And
okay. All righty. Well, that concludes this hearing today. It is 11:02 in the morning.
Thank you, board.
Oh, he loves you.
All right, the time is 11:16. The date is still April the 8th of 2026. My name is Steve Prater. To my right is Pete Freeman, and to my left is Danny Barra. And we're at Department of Corrections headquarters in Baton Rouge. We're speaking to the Louisiana State Penitentiary, and we've had a hearing down there already once this morning, so we don't need to introduce any of the staff. The person of interest in this hearing it's going to be his day is Barry Chavez, if I'm saying that correctly. Mr. Chavez, is that you there I'm looking at?
Yes, sir. Chavis.
Chavis. Okay, thank you. Chavis. I'll probably say it wrong again, but I'll try to remember. And what is your DLC number, sir?
93046.
Okay, and we're going to be hearing your parole request here in just a few minutes, but let me introduce some folks that are there. I'll start with your attorney, Mr. Robert Lancaster, and the person that will be speaking, I believe, will be Jonathan Lynn, if that's correct.
That's correct, Mr. Prater. Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll have Jonathan Hersman, who will speak, Natasha Colum, who will speak, Carrie Myers with the Parole Project, who will speak. Then we have people there behind you, Priscilla Ballard, who will not be speaking, Misty Lanou, who will not be speaking, and William Ollis, who will not be speaking, if I've got all the names, and that's the supporters that we have. Those in opposition and here at headquarters who will speak and that are present here at headquarters, Garrett Mine and Barney Mine, if I'm saying that last name correct. Mir. Okay, got a little typo there. That's okay. All right, we got that straightened out. Well, having conducted those preliminaries, I want to tell you that I'm the one that is the principal interviewer on this particular case. In order to get a parole, you'll need 3 like votes. So now is your chance to convince us why you're deserving of a parole by telling us what you did, what you've done since you've been incarcerated, and then why you feel like you're deserving of a parole. And then we'll hear from the institution there, the warden or assistant warden. We'll hear what kind of fellow you've been since you've been incarcerated. And then we'll turn it over to your supporters and then those in opposition. And we'll ask questions and then we'll vote. It sounds longer to explain than it'll actually happen. So go ahead, Mr. Chavez. It's Davis. I got to say it wrong. That's all good. Up so that you will be honest with us and tell us from your heart what I've asked you. So go ahead.
With all due respect to the parole board, my name is Barry Chavis, and I'm here with remorse for the victim and the victim's family, for all the suffering and pain that I have caused them within the years. And I take full responsibility for raping Miss Mears. I also want to indicate that I had a drug addiction, alcohol and drug addiction. And when I was in junior high, I started smoking marijuana. By the time I got to high school, I was smoking crack cocaine. And that's led me to a lot of trouble. Actually, what got me here in Angola. But as time passes, within 3 years, I met a friend. I met up with friends that we used to talk. They invited me to go to church with them. So I went to church. We go to church every weekend. Then we start going to Bible study. And finally, I learned my faith back with the good Lord. And with the good Lord's help, I got over to these special programs that DOC had to offer. I took substance abuse, anger management, victim awareness, begging for a change. And I went through substance abuse. I was drug-free, alcoholic-free. And one thing that I didn't have that I wanted to get rid of, which were the cigarettes. So I stopped smoking. Then I went through the anger management program. I had a good social worker. She taught me patience. She told me at one time, bite my tongue when something was present to me. Sit back, have a little patience, then react. That did away with my anger problem. Then I went through the victim awareness program. I learned from victim awareness, empathy. Then I went to Second for a Change. Was the tutor taught me to be patient, listen before speaking. I did so. Then I went to a trustee. I got my trustee status. I got a Class B trustee. 30 days later, I was upgraded to Class A. Then I went to get a job. I went to the plumbing shop, which was a trade. And I did plumbing. We used to go all over the farm doing plumbing work. All down Beeline. Then we went to start going on the outside to Tunica Hill. Did plumbing over there. Then we went to Justin. We did all the plumbing at Justin. Came back to Angola, went to Camp 57. Did the plumbing over there. Got a certificate from Warden Landry. Governor Landry. And then when I get home and I get back at the camp from work, I do volunteer work, ARC club, as far as processing orders, delivering food to death row personnel, as well as inmates. Did the same thing at Camp F. Camp F personnel and as well as inmates. And I also worked at the rodeo ground, worked for Beeline Rec. And I did, I asked Mercy of the parole board to grant me the parole so I can continue with the parole project, going through the programs over to keep me the person that I am today. And I remember in my last parole hearing, the opposition, which were grandkids, said something that I live with to keep me from being that person that I was. I'm not that person anymore. 40 years ago, when I first came to Angola, I'm not the same person. I thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. And we'll have a chance to ask you some questions, a little more detail of what's going on with your life in a few minutes. I'd like to turn it over now to the warden to give us what the institution thinks about what's going on.
Yes, Mr. Chavez is Chavez, got me saying Chavez. Mr. Chavez is a minimum A trustee, and he works in maintenance. Mr. Chavez is a very, very good worker, a very good plumber. He has done a lot of projects, as he stated. He also been trying to obtain his GED, and he's been faithfully going to the GED program for now 11 years, almost 12 years, unable to obtain that last level. So the education director said that, he probably won't be able to obtain it, and he do give him grades for a good effort. He didn't mention that he did the sex offender treatment. He did all 4 phases, and he completed those. Other than that, his tiger is low. That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, we'll hear from the supporters, and Mr. Lynn or Mr. Lancaster, y'all, I assume would like to be last to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Prater, if we can follow the other 3 supporters.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Jonathan Hirschman. Don't step forward, keep seated. I'm sorry.
Right there.
You can, because we can see and hear you well from there if you speak up. And would you tell us what you know about this fella?
Fantastic. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
First of all, I'd like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to speak on Barry's behalf. I've been knowing Barry for 20+ years. I've resided with him at Camp F for almost the entire 2000s. I worked with Mr. Chavez in maintenance for over a decade. Attended Cowboys for Christ and other churches with Barry throughout the years. And so I'd really like to testify to his character, strength of character. This man's been at the plumbing shop working in maintenance for 15+ years. That's got to be a record. You know, you're not going to work in that one place and be trusted that much unless you are truly a solid person. He's trustworthy, dependable, reliable. The free folks there all think the world of him. On the weekends when a job was needing to be done, they were calling into the camp, send Barry. They wouldn't do that if they didn't trust him, that they knew the stakes were high, that they were the ones that would be in trouble if something bad happens. And they trusted Barry, right? Attending church with Barry. He truly is a man who doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. In his everyday life, he's one of the most humble people you will meet. Never to argue, never to have conflict. He's very strong in his faith. He's all about uplifting the community, uplifting others. His volunteer work with the inmate organizations is commendable. He stands nothing to gain from this. It's only an act of service, and he's done it faithfully for decades. And therefore, you know, in my opinion, that he's a person of strong character. I believe he's committed to doing the right thing and that he'll continue in his growth in doing the right thing. And thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being there and appreciate your words, and we'll take them into consideration. Ms. Collum, cousin, are you there?
Yes,
Would you speak to us, please?
yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Today I come to you with deep respect and humility in support of my cousin Barry, who has been incarcerated for the last 4 decades. I want to begin by acknowledging the seriousness of his convictions by apologizing to the victims and the victims' families. What happened cannot be undone, and I did not come here to give excuses or minimize the harm that was caused. I recognize that there is pain tied to his past, and I carry that awareness with me as I ask you to consider who he is today. 40 years is a long time. It's time enough for a person to lose everything, and I believe it's time enough for a person to change. Barry has had to confront the consequences of his actions and the impact they have on others. Through letters, conversations, and years of connection, I have seen a man who has spent countless hours reflecting on his actions, carrying remorse, and striving to become better. His words are no longer those of someone making excuses, but of someone who understands the weight of what he has done and lives with that understanding every day. One of the most meaningful indications of his transformation is his long-standing role as a trustee for more than 2 decades. This position is not given lightly. It reflects trust, responsibility, and consistent good behavior. He has maintained this role over many years, demonstrating reliability, discipline, and a willingness to contribute positively within the institution. His commitment to this responsibility speaks volume about his character today. Beyond his work, Barry has shown personal growth in the way that he communicates, thinks, and carries himself. He has become more reflective, patient, and mindful. He has used his time to better himself and to support others where he can, choosing a path of accountability rather than denial. He has completed all the programs available to him that has helped him to continue with his rehabilitation. As a member of his family, I have remained connected to him for more than half of my life during his incarceration. I have seen the changes in him, not just in word, but in consistency over time. He has stayed engaged with family, offering encouragement and showing care even from a distance. He values these relationships deeply, and we stand ready to support him upon his release. If granted parole, he will have a stable and supportive environment. With the help of the Louisiana Parole Project, he will enter into parole project housing, where he will get help with employment and basic functions to survive in society. He will have added guidance from family and a structured plan to help him along the way. We are committed to helping him maintain accountability and living a law-abiding life. He understands that re-entry will come with challenges, but he's prepared to face them responsibly. During his incarceration, Barry lost several.
Excuse me, you kind of get towards the end, please, ma'am.
Yes, I am.
Move on to some other speakers.
During his incarceration, Barry lost several immediate family members, including his mother, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and his baby brother. While his past cannot be undone, I believe strongly that it does not define who he is today. He has demonstrated growth and a commitment to living differently. I respectfully ask that you consider the totality of his journey and the person he has worked so hard to become. Thank you for your time, your careful consideration, and the responsibility that you carry in making this decision.
Thank you. You're a loyal and faithful cousin. We appreciate those words. Okay, Mr. Lancaster, would you introduce Mr. Lynn for us? And
Yes, sir. Before that, though, if the committee wants to hear from Mr. Myers briefly about the parole project support, especially given their ability to assist him with housing and registration.
Thank you. That was my oversight. Mr. Myers, would you tell us? I'm sorry to have slighted you.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project here for Barry Chavis. Mr. Prater, it's not the first time I've been overlooked on something in my life. No, appreciate it. We're here for Barry. After 40 years of incarceration and his record, as you've seen, Barry is no threat to public safety, but his main issues now are going to be long-term housing. We're committed. Barry will probably be with us for the rest of his life. We understand that. We're prepared for that. Barry is similarly situated to other people former lifers who are now with us and will be with us essentially forever. He will not return to Acadia Parish. He has no desire to return to Acadia Parish. He will be with us long term. We'll help him through the financial literacy, the technology, connect him to healthcare. He is still healthy. We'll help him find employment, but we'll also ensure that he has an income stream through all the services that are available. Barry's record speaks for itself. I'm not going to just elaborate on that. You'll hear that again. You've heard it already. But we are prepared to assist Barry through this transition. He'll have permanent housing with us. And we understand the requirements of his registration requirements. And we are prepared to essentially become Barry's new family.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. We appreciate that very much. Now we'll move on to Mr. Lancaster. I'm sorry. Thanks for pointing out.
Thank you, Mr. Prater and members of the committee. Robert Lancaster, supervising attorney with LSU Parole and Reentry Clinic. With me is Jonathan Lynn. He's a second-year student in the parole clinic. He's been assisting Mr. Chavis in preparation for the hearing. He did submit a packet to the committee, and with the committee's permission, he's prepared to make a statement of support.
Yes, sir. We'd like to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Prater, Mr. Freeman, and Mr. Barra. My name is Jonathan Lin, a second-year law student with the LSU Parole and Reentry Clinic. Mr. Chavis committed this crime when he was just 24 years old. He's been incarcerated for the last 38 years, now being 68 years old, following a decades-long journey to become the rehabilitated, remorseful, and mature man who sits before you today. This journey wasn't easy. At the time that this offense was committed by Mr. Chavis, he had been battling with a nearly decade-long addiction to cocaine and alcohol, the daily use of which impaired his ability to regulate his emotions and control his impulses. He was lost, unable to find his footing, and correct habits that he now recognizes were incredibly unhealthy and harmful. Since being incarcerated, however, Mr. Chavis has made significant changes for the betterment of himself so that he may one day contribute meaningfully to society if granted release. Following his arrival at LSP, Mr. Chavis found his faith in God, at which point everything changed for him. He began completing programming, stopped receiving disciplinary marks entirely. He became a Class A trustee. He began devoting his free time to volunteering around the prison, and he learned a trade in plumbing, which he's worked in for almost 2 decades now. I'd like to highlight some programming that was particularly vital to Mr. Chavis's rehabilitation, as he mentioned to you. He's taken victims awareness more than once, which gave him the ability to fully comprehend the harm that he caused not only to the victim, but to her community and to her family. The sex offender treatment, anger management, and substance abuse treatment programming together provided him with the necessary skills of emotional regulation and impulse control, as well as the ability to recognize and correct harmful practices and patterns in his life so that he may maintain his sobriety and stay on the path to success. In addition to programming, Mr. Chavis's decisions while incarcerated have earned him a significant amount of institutional trust. He's been a Class A trustee for over 20 years now, an early recognition of his personal and professional growth by the prison. Since the designation of such status, he's resided at Camp F, the trustee camp at LSP, with daily life consisting of going to work at the plumbing shop, taking GED courses to keep his mind sharp, and with the limited amount of remaining time in his day, volunteering at the Academic and Recreation Club, processing meal orders. Through Mr. Chavis's work with the plumbing shop, he's received a substantial amount of certificates noting his competency and dedication to the job. His work supervisor, Mr. Clay Winters, describes him as efficient, knowledgeable, and trustworthy. Other LSP staff also commend Mr. Chavis for his compliance, including his classifications officer, Ms. Sherry Barton, who describes him as respectful, humble, and meeting expectations. But Mr. Chavis's accolades go beyond merely what is expected of him. His volunteer service spans many years and a variety of opportunities, including working for the Angola Employee Recreation Committee for the Angola Rodeo, which required special designation by the deputy warden of Mr. Chavis to work around women and children. Mr. Chavis has been determined to be no risk by LSP officials for decades now, and his institutional record and history of compliance prove this. Mr. Chavis's institutional record and compliance demonstrate a complete and positive change from the individual who committed this offense 44 years ago and the individual who sits before us today. As has been stated before by Mr. Myers, out of respect for the victim, her family, and her community, Mr. Chavis will not return to Acadia Parish if granted release. He will reside in long-term transitional housing with the Louisiana Parole Project in Baton Rouge. Parole Project homes are all sober homes, meaning that Mr. Chavis will be monitored to ensure his maintained sobriety and compliance with parole supervision. Mr. Chavis has already been assessed by Parole Project social workers to develop an individualized treatment plan that will ensure his continuation of his 40-year sobriety. The letter of advocacy, which I've included in my brief, enumerates the ways the Parole Project will work to monitor and maintain the success of Mr. Chavis on release. being continuous monitoring and evaluation of behavioral health status by a mental health professional, identifying and facilitating access to AA&A meetings, establishing a sponsor to hold him accountable and verifying his completion of the 12 steps of AA&A, as well as working collaboratively with him to develop a personalized sobriety and relapse prevention plan tailored to his individual needs. The Parole Project also coordinates continued treatment programming for sex offenders through the Human Integrity Program, meaning that Mr. Chavis will attend monthly client meetings to ensure his success on release. As Mr. Myers has said, he will also receive assistance in complying with all registry requirements resulting from his status. Finally, if capable, Mr. Chavis wishes to continue working in the plumbing industry, and as the Louisiana Parole Project's Employment Enhancement Program has noted in their letter to you, they are well equipped with employer partnerships to get Mr. Chavis working in the industry that he's grown to be passionate about. Mr. Chavis is not the 24-year-old substance abuser who committed this terrible offense. Over the last 38 years, he's worked devotedly to become the rehabilitated, remorseful, and mature man who sits before you today. He demonstrates that he will be successful on release and will be incredibly supported on his journey through successful reentry. We pray that this committee grants him parole to continue to serve the remainder of his sentence under supervision, under any conditions necessary to ensure his successful reintegration into society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very well spoken. We appreciate you and what you're doing. All right, we'll move on to those in opposition of this request. And first off, Mr. Garrett Meyer, would you or Mr. Barney Meyer like to go first? Okay. Would you introduce yourself and tell us what you have to say, please?
Morning, gentlemen. My name is Garrett Meyer. Victim, my grandmother, Hilda Grove Meyer, was my grandmother, of course. She was 73 years old when she was attacked and robbed at her home in Meyer, Louisiana. She lived there until she was 88 years old when she passed. During the years after the assault, she lived a much different life than her previous years. The days and years following were filled with fear and anxiety. My dad had steel bars installed over her doors and windows to help her feel more secure and safe in her own home. Meyer, my grandmother, was had a very strong Catholic faith, which carried her through those difficult times. She also attended daily mass and continued to do so as often as she could. She was a catechism teacher for 30 years in the Meyer community to many young people. And that way she could contribute to her church and her community. She loved to visit with family and friends, and people often reached out to her for her healing prayers, where she was known as a traiteur, if anybody's from Cajun country, as a faith healer for sunburn and heat exposure. And oftentimes I remember as a child, she would pray over me with her prayers. She was a very special person and loved and trusted people. However, that trust was taken advantage of by the offender that brutally attacked her and robbed her years ago. After the incident, she was left to deal with the grief that his actions brought to her life. That day, October 1st, 1981, which was a Thursday, the offender was after money, so he chose to take the little bit of money she had. The offender also chose to inflict grief and harm and anguish upon my grandmother by raping her and threatening her life. This was a choice he has made many times, of course, over the course of time, and has earned him conviction as a habitual sex offender. This conviction speaks loud and clear about this person and his character, and is an obvious indicator that a person that has this capability and can perform this type of behavior is not safe or trustworthy around the general public. I am asking for his continued incarceration and refusal of parole now and in the future, and thank you very much for this.
Thank you, sir, for those heartfelt words. I'm sorry for what your family has gone through. All right. Yes, sir, we're ready for you.
Good morning, I'm born here. To add to what my brother just said, just pretty much everything that I wanted to say. I would also add that he was also a drug and an alcoholic. And if he's released, the temptation, I think, is gonna be much more open to him that reoccurring and then causing more problem, which he could actually rape or injure another woman. And also my father, he's deceased now, and my aunt, she's also deceased. They had 2 children, my grandmother, Mrs. Smear, had a daughter and a son. And they're both deceased, and I know both of them would be dead set against Mr. Chavis getting out of jail. Yeah. And that's pretty much it, so I would just like for his, not to be released.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your words. We'll carefully consider those too. And I'm sorry again for what y'all had to endure all these years. All right, now is the time that we come back, I believe, and ask questions. Mr. Chavez, tell me, you didn't hit on the crime too much. Tell me what you did that got you where you are now.
Like I said, I was something I was trying to get money to accommodate my addiction. And I was going in for a robbery. It was intended to be robbery. And it ended up by saying someone said that turned me a different way. And I'm sorry about what happened, which it shouldn't have happened. But my addiction led me to this. And I'm sorry for that, sir.
Okay. And you've been charged with being a habitual offender also, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many times has this same behavior displayed itself in your life?
Think twice, sir.
You think twice?
I mean, it was 2 times, yeah. 1 time was a aggravated burglary. 3 times, sir.
Okay, so that's 3 times, and you were arrested for all 3 of those times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they all started out with robberies and turned into rapes, or did you start out wanting to rape? Or tell me about your mindset. What's going on with your mind?
All supposed to be robbery, sir.
Gonna be robbery, and then you saw an advantage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, you do have the judge, the DA, the sheriff, and the attorney general are in opposition. And you need to know that they've sent in letters. You've been incarcerated for how many years?
40, sir.
40 of a 80-year sentence, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, that's about all the questions that I have.
I just would like, I want to note that you are 3 on your static 99, which is our sex offender 2 that we use, which makes you a moderate risk of reoffending. And I can tell you in still pretty good shape. You're not in bad shape at all for your age. So, I mean, you not only were an alcoholic, you were addicted to sex. I mean, there's no doubt you're a habitual offender. There's no doubt that you're a predator. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Laura? No questions. Okay, now is the time that we vote, and I have to vote first. And this is tough because you got some good supporters and with Parole Project chiming in. I mean, they're they pretty much stand up for their word, but you barely served half of your 80-year sentence, and you're really classified as, and I'm not calling you this because people can change, okay? But according to your rap sheet and according to what you charged with, you're habitual violent sexual, I won't say predator, but your conduct was that. And so for those reasons, my particular vote is to deny this request at this particular time. Mr. Freeman?
I agree. I feel that he's still a sexual predator and he would be a risk to public safety. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Butler?
I concur, same reasons.
Okay, I'm sorry to tell you this, but at 11:51 this morning, we've heard your case and your parole request has been denied. Wish you good luck and continue with the path that you're going, because it seems like everybody out there trusts you, but you're confined. And that's what gives us solace, is the fact that you are in a contained environment and not a risk to the public where you currently are. That's the end of this here, 11.
Hello? Let's see. Mute.
Good morning. My name is Steve Prater. To my left is Danny Ballrod. To my right is Pete Freeman. We're at the Department of Corrections headquarters in Baton Rouge. The time is 12:01 p.m. The date is April the 8th, 2026. We're speaking to a number of folks at Louisiana State Penitentiary. We're talking to Mr. Shelton Cummings. Is that you, Mr. Cummings, that I'm looking at?
Yes, sir.
And what is your DLC number, Mr. Cummings?
413658.
Okay. This day is about you, and we'll get to you in just a moment, but let me introduce some folks that are here. Miss Adriana Hutchinson is with the Parole Project, and she's the attorney, and I think she has, let's see, some student attorneys. Camila Valenzuela, did I say that right? That's
Yes, sir.
odd. That is very odd that I would say a name right.
You did
But
excellent.
welcome. And we'll turn to y'all to give the concluding statements at the end of the support speakers. And feel free to raise your hand or interrupt or whatever if there's a question you need to ask or a point you need to make during the process of this. And feel free to do that. Okay, we also will have Mr. Kerry Myers is on the Zoom, which I didn't forget him this time. We have John Esteen and Gail Smith, who will also be speaking, and I think both of them are on Zoom, if I'm not mistaken. Misty Lanou and Robert Lancaster are in support, and they're at LSP also, or it says that they are. They may, I don't see them, but anyway, I read their names out appropriately because they are on this sheet of paper that I was given, so I'm following the rules. Okay, Mr. Cummings, this is your day. I want you to be as relaxed as you can. I know that's very difficult to do, but we want to hear what happened. We want to know a little bit about yourself. We want to know a little bit about about the crime. We want to hear about the crime, about what you've done since the crime to prove to this board that you are deserving of a parole, because you do have a life sentence, and that's a long time. I don't have to tell you that. You're the one that's been serving so far. How many years have you been in?
27.
27 years. You've been in 27 years. And so anyway, I don't have to remind you of that. After you speak to us, we'll ask the folks there at the LSP to tell us what kind of a fellow you've been since you've been there. And then we'll go over the supporters, hear from your attorneys, and then we'll ask a few questions and we'll vote. Pretty simple procedure. So without being as nervous as you can, or not nervous as you can, or whatever I'm trying to say, just talk to us from your heart and tell us what's going on.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Shelton Cummings. Well, before I start, I would like to, talk to Mr. James' family first.
Hey, but address the board, please, sir, because you can't talk to them, but you can tell us what you would tell them if you was gonna tell them.
Right, yes. Yes, I would like to address you all. I would like to extend my deepest remorse for my stupidity actions for taking Mr. Charles James Jr. away from them. And I'm truly sorry if they could find it in their heart to forgive me in some type of way. And with that, I will honor his name and their forgiveness as well by continue to describe being a different person, a man, a mature man now. And well, by myself, coming into this institution, I mean, it was kind of hard for me to adjust. And I adjusted down the line, but it's caused me a lot of, DB write-ups or whatnot. I had no mentors or nothing, so I kind of like watched and learned and went through the process of this journey. Man, it was hard. But since then, I have grown as I matured through the years, started to, take classes up, thank you for change, victim awareness, and such things, CNA, Till Walker. Man, it was the CNA working at the hospital, it was very, you know, positive because I found me helping others, you know. And thanking for change as well helped me understand a lot more, you know. I changed my belief system, you know, maturing. I had a negative belief system as a child when I was 16 years old out there. So I changed it with liberty and family and friends, with growth now, you know. And that night, it was a typical night. I was out there selling drugs, trying to make some fast money. But this night turned kind of sideways. The drug deal went bad. And that wasn't supposed to happen.
Tell us how old you were before you continue.
16 years old.
16, okay. Continue though.
That wasn't supposed to happen. And every day of my life, I live with that. Every day I wake up and he's a part of me, you know. It's no excuse for my actions. I shot and killed Mr. Charles James Jr. that night. It's no excuse though. None at all. But I have to live with that. Since then, I just found myself helping people, man. The youth and things in here. I did, you know, a lot of positive things. I don't get no certificate for it, but having the respect of the youth that coming in that were lost like me, because I know how it is coming in when you ain't got no guidance. So I helped a lot of dudes, youth coming in. I did that. And I got a lot of respect because of that. And a lot of situations though, I changed a lot of situations. And this was my experience in helping those young guys. And I mean, Till Walker job was another job I had. A lot of dudes suicidal, so I helped those guys out as well. You know, talking with those guys, because I know how it is when you're in that cage in that cell. So that was another way of growing up. You know what I mean? And that's what I done. You know, I kind of like things that I missed out coming in prison. I just kind of give back, you know, and just being a mature grown man now that I am now, you know, and coming through my last couple of years has been positive, you know, and I look back at how I used to be and look at me now, you know, thanking for a change in my anger management as well, my temper, learn how to deal with situations when it's in front of me, you know, and anger management pretty helped a lot. And I just, as far as why I should be released, a chance, man. Chance for the first time as an adult, a mature adult. Because I was lost with no purpose out there. I didn't even understand, like, I didn't even value my life. But now I do. I value mine. Now, as I go through the years of maturing this and things. So it's like just trying to help others and me as well, you know. And I'm not perfect, no one is, but I just want to be able to be a productive citizen and honor Mr. James as well and his family. Describing towards trying to be a better person, you know what I mean? Just trying to be better. And that's my dear life, you know. Still growing, I'm still making wise decisions, interacting with the negativity every day. I have learned how to get around that, you know. But if relief, I would do my everyday thing I do in here, you know, basically just, you know, helping others and try to be a better person through life, you know, and attend the parole project as well, help them scribe. You know, I want to scribe in my life and build my life my new life as a grown man now, a mature one. And also honor Mr. James and them family as well.
Okay. Wait.
And I asked the board that, that my past doesn't define who I am and where I'm headed. And I want to thank you all for this opportunity. There's no excuse for my actions. And I'm responsible. And I want to thank you all,
Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I want to close, to let y'all know as well, for the James family, I'm truly sorry, man, for what I done. It was foolish and stupid of me, man. I'm telling that to the board, and I know I can't talk to them, but
yes, sir.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you for following the rules. We appreciate that. And all right, well, let's hear what kind of fellow you've been since you've been incarcerated, and then we'll come back, talk to your supporters, and then ask a few questions. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Cummins is a medium custody inmate. He's assigned to the tag plant, and that's where we do our license plates for the states and stuff like that. So you have to be very, very vigilant while you're in there. He's also, since he's been back here, he was transferred to David Wade in 2022. So he returned here back in January of 2024. And since then, he has enrolled back into the GED program, and he's making a diligent effort to earn his GED. He had a total of 66 DB reports, his last report being on November 8th of 2021 for a Rule 10, which is a simple fight. He attended anger management, 100-hour pre-release, victim awareness and victim awareness letter training, AANA, thinking for a change, living in balance. His tiger is low, and he demonstrated positive work ethic. So that's it.
All righty. Thank you for that. We appreciate those words. All right. I think that we'll move straight to Mr. John Esteen, and then we'll talk to Gail Smith. So, Mr. Esteen, if I'm saying that right, are you on Zoom with us, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm here. You pronounced my name correctly.
Good. Good. 2 for 2.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is John Esteen, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Mr. Shelton Cummins. I met Shelton over 20 years ago. He was a young man, full of energy, but without direction. We met on the basketball court, ended up on the same team, and from that point forward, we developed a relationship. Over time, that relationship grew stronger. I became like a big brother to him. And one thing that always stood out to me, he respected my presence. He carried himself a certain way around me that told me something about his character. Shelton was never a bad person at heart. He just needed guidance. From then until now, we remain connected. I've been home for the past 7 years now, and today I'm standing here speaking on his behalf. And I want to be clear about something. I'm not here out of obligation. I'm here because of who Shelton is today. If I didn't believe in the man he has become, I would not be here. And if Shelton is granted his freedom, I will continue to support him. I will visit him. I will stay in regular communication with him based on what I know and what I've seen over time. I truly believe that if Shelton is granted his freedom, he will succeed. I have no doubt about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. You're a good friend up here. Miss Gail Smith. Miss Smith, are you on the Zoom with us? She didn't check in? Okay. Your great aunt evidently is having trouble getting in or didn't check in to speak, but she was signed up to speak, so we'll put her down as a supporter. All right, well, we will move on to Miss Adriana Hutchinson, who we're familiar with, and let her introduce whoever's going to be speaking, I assume Camilla.
Mr. Prater, I think you forgot Kerry. He's smiling on the screen.
Why'd y'all? You let me forget.
Okay, my
Kerry,
fault, Mr. Myers.
I like you.
Yeah.
I like you, Kerry. It wasn't intentional. Okay. Mr. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project, who we count on often to help us with different situations. And would you tell us what y'all have to offer, Mr. Cummins?
Yes, good afternoon. I just want to, Kerry Myers here with the Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Shelton Cummings. We understand that Shelton, it was a juvenile, 16 years old when he committed a senseless crime. As he said, his own words, a deal gone bad, 6-year-old hustling in the streets without any guidance, without any direction in his life, and fired a bullet into a vehicle that took a life that he says, in his own words, that he is daily living with and trying to honor. Parole Project recognizes the work that Shelton's done, particularly his work ethic, the fact that he is, was trained as a CNA, certified nursing assistant, worked at the hospital. Now he's currently a machine operator at the tag plant. He's very employable. You can see from his sincerity. Parole Project understands particularly the needs of a juvenile lifer after 27 years of incarceration. He will be in our program as long as he needs. I know that his long-term goal, somewhere aspirationally, to go to Colorado with family, and we'll support that and help him with that. But that may take, who knows, a year, 2 years. In the meantime, we'll make sure that Shelton has the mentorship to learn that he needs to learn after this long-term period of incarceration. He doesn't have the experience. Many of the things that he needs to function, we'll teach him that. We'll guide him through those things. We definitely understand those things. And the people who will be helping him are people who already navigated those things and are now successful and have turned around and helped countless others do the same. I said, we're committed to Shelton through this. Our employment team, because of his age and his health, he is significant. He wants to actually, told me just last week, he would like to get a commercial truck driving license. We can facilitate his entry into school to get a CDL. We've done it many times before. Matter of fact, last month we've had 3 people graduate from CDL school and on their way to having a profession and earning a good living. So we do understand. We're prepared to help Shelton. We would ask this board to consider all the factors today: his remorse, his age, the whole idea of juvenile lifers is that they have a great capacity to change and mature. I think Shelton is showing his maturity and the fact that he is not that rash 16-year-old that he was when he committed this crime. So we just ask this board to consider those factors and grant his release today.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Okay, now then, Ms. Hutchinson, I'm sorry, but it's your turn.
No problem, board. Adrienne Hutchison here, attorney for Mr. Shelton Cummings. I have with me a second-year law student, Camilla Valenzuela, with the LSU Law Parole and Reentry Clinic, who is prepared to make a speech in support of Mr. Cummings.
Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Camilla Valenzuela, and I am a second-year law student at LSU Law. I'm here under the supervision of Professor Adrienne Hutchinson. As a second-year law student, I'm here prepared to give a statement on behalf of Shelton Cummings with the board's permission.
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Thank you. I want to be entirely clear right from the start, as you all have heard, Shelton takes full, unmitigated responsibility for the tragic death of Mr. Charles James Jr. He is not here today to offer excuses for his actions. He is here to present 27 years of profound change and transformation. To understand the magnitude of that change, we must look honestly at who he was in 1998. The 16-year-old boy who committed this crime was operating in pure survival mode. His actions that day reflected the hallmark features of incredibly traumatic youth: transient immaturity, extreme vulnerability, and a total inability to extricate himself from a brutal home environment. Shelton engaged in daily marijuana use. He was a child completely overwhelmed by his mother's untreated schizophrenia and bipolar, on top of her alcoholism and crack cocaine use, along with the physical abuse at the hands of his mother, his foster home, and his grandmother. Along with that, the severe trauma of surviving a stabbing while he was homeless, sleeping in abandoned homes as a teenager. But the standard we are all looking for today is demonstrated maturity. Shelton has spent the last 2 decades, nearly 3 decades, proving that he has completely outgrown the impulsivity and recklessness of his teenage years. You can see this directly in his institutional record. While he understandably struggled to adapt to prison life as a frightened teenager, his steep, sustained decline in disciplinary issues is a clear, undeniable evidence of his demonstrated maturity. My brief at page 15 charts this decline over time. 85% of Shelton's write-ups were in the first 14 years of his incarceration. Now, growing up, Shelton had developmental limitations. He was often labeled as the slow one by the people around him. Because of this, he was slow to learn how to navigate society, and he was just as slow to learn how to navigate a prison setting. His early write-ups were not born out of malice or a desire to rebel. He thought his survival behaviors were okay, and it genuinely took him much longer than others to figure out how to adapt. He was a teenager who was entirely lost. But the turning point in Shelton's life was his aunt, great aunt, Gail Smith, his spiritual mentor. She's not able to join us today, but I will let you know that she was one of the few people who truly understood his limitations. She took the time to connect with him on his level, and most importantly, she connected him with his faith. That profound connection to his spiritual mentor is exactly why Shelton is so dedicated to mentoring today. He looks at the young, frightened teenagers arriving at Angola, and he sees himself. He steps in to help them because he desperately wants to curb their experience. He looks out for the younger guys so they don't have to spend years struggling and catching write-ups, just trying to figure it out, like he did. Taking your own hardest struggles and using them to shorten the learning curve for the next generation. I mean, again, that's the very definition of demonstrated maturity and profound rehabilitation. And beyond his service to others, Shelton has also achieved profound rehabilitation by addressing the root causes of his past through victim awareness training and 12-step programming for his marijuana use as a teenager. Shelton transitioned from a teenager who harmed his community to a man who actively heals it. He spent 3 years rendering care to elderly inmates as a CNA. He guided patients as a tier walker, and he serves as a dedicated mentor and flag football coach for the young men arriving at Angola. He has proven his character through his behavior over time. Finally, Shelton presents a remarkably low risk to public safety, and he has a rock-solid re-entry plan. He will be fully supported by the Louisiana Parole Project, which will provide his transitional housing, ongoing counseling, and the employment support he needs to achieve his goal of obtaining a commercial driver's license. He also did earn his driver's license while here at Angola. His family, although his great aunt Gail wasn't able to join Zoom, they are watching on live stream, and they're fully prepared to welcome him home. Shelton Cummings has done the arduous work of transformation to prove his maturity, complete his rehabilitation, and prepare for a lawful life outside of prison walls. Now, we understand if the board would like to see any additional programming, and Mr. Cummings is willing and prepared to do any additional classes or programming before release. Now, we respectfully ask that you grant his release. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well spoken. We appreciate that. Let's make sure. Have I missed anyone?
No, sir.
Thank
No,
you.
sir.
All right. Now's the time, Mr. Cummings, that we ask you a few questions. And we kind of, I'm the one that's assigned to your particular case to be the interviewer. Let me ask you something. When we all know the details of this case, when you shot into this car, were you trying to kill this fella?
No, sir.
And why did you shoot into the car?
There's really no answer. Because it's no excuse for why I shot. To be honest, I couldn't even answer that question.
Well, was it just a random car that was driving by?
I never even seen this truck or this individual a day in my life. It was just a typical night.
Okay, so he wasn't trying to buy dope from you or anything, or?
Yes, he was.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah. Oh.
It's the details of why you shot into the truck.
Well, we was going back and forth on the product that he had wanted. And he was reaching for something on the other side. I don't know, but he was trying to pop my hand into the car so the drugs could fall into the, and when he threw his car and drive, I had pulled my gun and shot.
Okay. So it was during the process of you were making money on a dope deal, and he came up and tried to take your drugs, or an argument over the drugs, or something, a misunderstanding over them.
Correct.
And that's what I'm trying to get at is some of the details of the crime.
Yes.
Okay.
He was trying to get the drugs and try to flip my hand into the car for the drugs and drive off. And I shot, said, don't come back around here with all that. I shot at the truck.
You were 16 at the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
What grade were you in?
Ninth.
Okay. Were you attending school or not?
Yes, I always went to school off and on. Give me some nice clothes or whatnot. I go. I had made it to 10th grade though.
Okay. And I understand from reading the brief and all of the information that's been included, you had kind of a rough childhood, didn't you?
Correct.
You had kind of a rough childhood.
Yes, sir.
Your mom had some problems. Is she deceased or she's still around?
She's still around. It's been years since I talked with her.
Do you have any you don't talk, no constant contact or anything like that?
No,
Who
sir.
in your family are you in contact with besides your aunt? Your great.
My mom's side of the family. Brothers, aunties, cousins, uncles.
Okay. Because I know a lot of times we have a whole room full of family members that are in support, but in your case, you didn't have much family support growing up, is what I was trying to get at. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
Yes. And so if we were to grant this, you're gonna have an added burden of trying to readjust, and the parole project's gonna have their hands full because they're basically gonna be doing it without a lot of family support. Not diminishing your cousins and your aunt and all that, but it's not like having a mom or a dad helping you. It's gonna be tough. Tell me about the fight in 2021, 5 years ago.
Me and the guy, we had a disagreement, and I walked off after we had compensation talking and thing. I walked off and came back like moments later. He said it was going off, and I was like, man, go ahead with all that. And I pushed him off, man, go ahead with all that. And he had, as I walked off, we swung on me and we begun fighting.
Okay.
It's no excuse for that though, but I was fighting. But since then I took anger management up again because I had wanted to learn how to really get around those type of situations. And that's what I did. I took anger management up to try to, you know, how do you get around this type of situation? Because there's some new people that teach anger management from the streets, and kind of learned a lot from that. Put myself in a situation, even entertain a person that's on drugs in the dome. And I had no, you know, I shouldn't even entertain, I shouldn't even say nothing to him. But, you know, I learned a lot though. Anger management taught me a lot. But I haven't had a fight since then though. So now I apply it all the time because I fell in situations in this place as well a lot. So I just move around. I just don't even talk. It's best don't even say nothing when a person on drugs.
Yes, sir. That's correct. That's correct. Okay, Mr. Barron, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
The guy that you ended up shooting, had you dealt with him before, or that was your first time?
Never seen him a day in my life. But his name is Charles James Jr.
And what do you think your biggest lesson you learned in prison is?
I would say thank you for a change, because now my belief system in the streets that I was taught from those older guys, it was a bunch of negativity. And, you know, now I just replace it with my liberty and family and friends, and the new guys, you know, that I look up to teach me new things, so I replace it now. Because everybody have a belief system, and that was my belief system, with negativity, you know, doing stupid things. So now I just replace it with liberty, family, friends, you know, knowledge, progress in life, you know. I just changed it. I believe I'm mature now, you know. I'm not that kid anymore. And I just try to, you know, do things positive right now, you know, to be honest.
How you gonna deal with it if you do get out and you go back to being a free man and some of your old friends come around, or the streets are not any better today than they were back then? They actually got brand new drugs you probably even never heard of while you've been in jail.
To be honest.
How you gonna deal with that?
To be honest, I don't even have no friends. I don't even have no friends. Those guys, yeah, I don't even remember no guys anymore. I doubt they even remember me. You know, so there's no honor among thieves. So I'm not even trying to even be around those guys, see them. I want to surround myself around positive people, you know. And I'm not looking for nobody. Nobody sure ain't looking for me. And basically, I just want to surround myself around positive people, man. I don't want to be around that no more. I don't have no fetish for it. I'm not lost anymore. I know my meaning and purpose in life now, you know. And that's a progression in life. That's all. I just want to be new. Second chance, to be honest.
And if we give you that chance and you test positive for marijuana or any little violation, you realize that there's going to be no more chances after that, right?
One chance is all I need. I won't let myself down. No.
You make mistakes. You made a bunch, but you maxed out. There's going to be no more breaks if you get this one. You're fully aware that would mean return to prison for life.
I understand.
That's what you got at stake if you get out.
Right.
Make sure you understand that. All right.
Yes, sir.
Question?
I have no questions. Y'all have asked everything I wanted to know.
Okay, I want to say one thing is, I want you to think about something. I don't normally get into this kind of discussion, but in talking to you, when you think about a question to answer it, you answer it in a professional manner. But then when you get to really talking about something, I've counted 6 times you've called us man. I ain't going, man, I ain't doing this, man. You kind of street talk. And what I want to just plant a seed in your mind is think and talk professionally. Okay? Because it impacts the way I think about you. When you told us the story about the man and you said, get up on out of here, you know, that kind of street talk is not professional. And when you get out of jail, and as you try to progress up and get your education and get jobs and things like that, that kind of talk, it diminishes what people think about you. Does that make sense to you? It's kind of like stopping cussing. You know, some people cuss and they don't even mean to cuss, but they just used to cussing, so they cuss everything, and it turns some people off. And it's the same thing with that, is you know, in a professional setting like this, and you say, man, this, man, that, you know, it kind of diminishes you. And that's just a little tiny bit of criticism, makes no difference on my decision, what I decide. Okay? All right, I'm with that little bit of fatherly advice. Since
Thank
you
you.
don't have a dad that's speaking up for you, I thought I'd give that little bit. My decision, as far as my vote goes, and I'm the one that has to vote first, is I think that having served 27 years for something stupid you did when you were 16, I think I'm gonna give Mr. Myers a chance to give you, at least that's my vote, and you need 3 votes. I'm gonna give Mr. Myers a chance to work with you and give you a chance to work with them. So my vote is to grant this request, which is kind of unusual. But I think because of your age, because of the situation, because there was no intent to kill him, because it was a horrible thing, and I feel so sorry for the family that lost a loved one and have had to live with that all these years. And I hope they understand. I'm gonna hold you, if you carry the day, I'm gonna hold you responsible for living your life to the honor of this fellow you shot. And that's my vote. Mr. Barrow?
I'm gonna go ahead and grant your parole conditional that you complete the Steve Hall program before you leave, which I know some people, but Adrian's probably gonna go, that's repetitious of what he's already done, but I wanna make sure he's got the best of the best treatment before he gets out of there. And, you know, so there's no excuses after. So complete Steve Hall and specifically ask for Drug Dealers Anonymous classes, where they talk about the drug dealers and how your actions hurt people. Also, as special condition upon release, that you stay with the parole project for 1 year, that you attend AA and NA weekly, that you complete 8 hours community service monthly. And if Mr. Myers and them can line it up, talking to at-risk youth or something like that, that would even be better, but no specific order on that. No contact with the victim's family, and continue to work on your GED. So you can be released after you complete Steve Hall.
Okay, you're the deciding vote.
Okay, I concur with Mr. Barrow. I want you to finish that substance abuse treatment. It's the best we have. Pay attention. And I also want you to stay at the parole project for a minimum of 1 year. But Mr. Myers, I'm holding y'all accountable. If he's not ready to go after that year, don't let him go. You know, if we need to add more time, if you need a special condition for him to stay there, you let me know. So that's my vote today. Good luck to you, sir. Thanks for the tear walking.
I think you're gonna do good, Mr. Cummings. I got a lot of confidence in you. I believe you are. Okay?
Thank you all.
I'll conclude here at 12:40.
Adrian, I think you did a good brief.
Thank you.
Oh, but it was good.
That's Camille.
Oh.
Whoever did it, it was a good job.
Okay, the time is 12:52 in the afternoon. It's April the 8th of 2026. We're at headquarters in Baton Rouge. We've been conducting hearings all day from here, and we've been talking to Louisiana State Penitentiary where you are located, and your name is Glenn Billings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Billings, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra, and I'm gonna turn it immediately over to him.
All right. Billings, go ahead and tell us what you did to get yourself in jail like this, and why do you think you should be released at this point?
I was accused of touching a juvenile in an inappropriate manner. And I pled guilty to attempted indecent behavior of a juvenile. That's what I'm in here for.
How old was the juvenile?
She was 8.
8.
She was under the age of 13, but she was 8. And she was my next door neighbor's daughter that lived across the street from me.
Okay. And why do you think you should be released now? Early.
I've been through a lot since I've been in here. I've did classes to help myself with what my real problem was, which is an alcoholic. And it would cause me to relapse in my decision makings and remembering things that went on at different periods of time. And I know that I can't drink anymore. I did go to AA until I ended up in a medical dorm now. And I don't leave there. I still do my reading and things for my AA.
You've been in that medical dorm?
I'm in, it's called Treatment Center, Unit 2. All my medicine has to be crushed. I don't hardly swallow nothing whole no more. I had cancer. So
How long have you been in that medical dorm like that?
I've been 2 years and 4 months or something like that.
You said earlier that you did a bunch of programs to help you better yourself. What did you do? Which class?
I went through Living in Balance.
It says you got kicked out of Living in Balance.
No, I went to the hospital and had back surgery at that time, and I was put on a medical ward at DCI. And then when I went back to finish the class, they said I didn't finish it because I missed more than 2 sections.
That's right. That's what it said.
Yeah, but I did it all. I was medically, I could not go down the walk. I couldn't leave the infirmary.
And what else you completed?
I completed anger management. I completed substance abuse. And I was doing the sex treatment class that I started 3 times, but they kept changing the people that did it. I did the first and second section twice, and started the third one twice, but never finished it because they kept changing the people that did the class.
Is there anybody with you from the prison in that room?
Nobody but us.
Can you verify what he's saying about all these classes he's done? Because
Only class I can verify, Mr. Barra, is anger management. I can't verify the other ones. I done searched high and low and I can't.
I found out that he completed Cage Your Rage on 11/24.
That's anger management. That's anger management. Cage Your Rage is anger management.
And the story he's telling us about living in balance, does that sound like it could be true?
There's nothing in the record.
Right. And what about the sex offender classes?
Nothing in the record.
I got the paperwork in the dorm that you could look at where they signed me into the class and what date it is.
You got to complete the class.
But they kept swapping the people that was running the class is the reason why I never finished.
Okay, so if you never finish, it's not your record.
They did 3 different classes and they changed the person that initiated the classes. So we had to start over again. Then that person, something happened and they started it again.
So it looks like you completed your first class in 2021. How come you didn't complete any classes before that while you were healthy?
They didn't. They wouldn't sign us up for the classes. I went to school and got my GED while I was there. And they wouldn't sign nobody up to class until you got to a certain amount of time.
Yeah, he's in.
And I'm also seeing that you didn't complete the 100 hours of pre-release, which is a requirement for us to grant you parole.
No, because they wouldn't put me in the class. And in this medical dorm, they won't let you leave it to go to anything, even church.
Well, Nambo, is that correct information?
Yes, he's assigned to the hospital. He's assigned to Ward 2.
So he can't go to classes anymore? No.
And he only been here about a year and a half, 2 years. He was originally at DCI. He's a medical transfer. He was a medical transfer here.
I see in the record that you arrested 23 times for 33 offenses, 2 of them against a person. That is a very bad record. That you already been on supervision 10 times. That's a lot of terms of supervision. You know, I don't see much programs completed relative to the time you spent in jail. I don't have any more questions for you. Any questions?
I have no question. I was asked about the sex offender classes, but I don't believe we'll get it. Where are you gonna live?
In Bossier, if a trailer, they should have the information in my file. I have a motor home. I'm gonna live about 3 miles away from my mother.
Which is 3 miles away from the victim's family, correct?
My mother.
Right, but the victim lived in your
Yeah.
neighborhood.
That won't be acceptable.
Okay. And do you get SSI or Social Security?
Yes, I was on disability.
Okay, I was wondering.
Do you have anything else that you want to tell us about why we should release you at this point before we vote?
Only that I like to be around for my mom because she's 84. And my brother died last year that was staying with her. Last year. And I like to be around in case something happens to her. Because my other brothers are down toward New Orleans. And the only other person that's close to her is an uncle that lives down on 61.
You would not be able to live on the same street where the victims are living.
It's not on the same street.
How far
away?
How far is it from the house?
I would say 3 to 5 miles.
All right. Anything else you want to tell her?
That's it.
If anybody has any more questions?
No, sir.
All right. If nobody has any questions, it's time to vote.
We have executive session.
No, they have.
Okay, she's not here, so.
Okay. I'll vote first. I'm looking at the very strong law enforcement opposition that we have in this case. The serious crimes that you committed with an 8-year-old victim, your long-term criminal record, being a 5th offender, and I have no choice but to deny your parole request today. Mr. Prater?
I concur for the same reasons with your criminal history and law enforcement opposition.
Yes, sir, and I concur also. Maybe there'll be a way that you can take some classes or do some good, but right now we just want to wish you well. You're gonna be getting out before too many years anyway.
22 months and 13 days.
22 months you'll be out anyway on good time, but at this particular time, because of those same reasons, your history, your criminal arrest record, in fact, you're a 5th offender and the nature of the offense, my vote also is to deny. So as of 1:06 this afternoon, your parole request has been denied. End of hearing. All right. Good afternoon. Are you Christopher Carter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you're talking to the board of the Committee on Parole. And we're going to be talking about if you have revoked, whether we should revoke your parole or not. We're going to give you a chance to talk to us in just a few minutes. My name is Steve Prater. To my right is Pete Freeman, and to my left is Danny Barra. The time is 1:13, and it is on April the 8th of 2026. We're speaking to you, and you're at Lafayette Correctional Center. Is there anybody in the staff in the office with you from Lafayette Correctional? Would you introduce yourself, please?
Catherine LeBlanc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for hosting us today. Okay, Carter, what is your DOC number?
60-14-25.
Okay, and do you have a waiver sheet in front of you or a questionnaire about your parole revocation hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to show you one. And we're going to see if this is your signature and if you signed this and understood it. Okay, is that your signature on there? Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, well, got that cleared up and we'll proceed ahead with this hearing. I'll be doing the questioning, and I just want to go over a couple of things with you. There's two conditions of your parole, condition number 2 and condition number 3 that you are supposed to have violated, and that's that you have not reported since June the 5th of 2025. Is that correct? Did you fail to report?
I'm confused about that one because I was talking to my PO by phone.
So you're saying that's not true?
No, sir.
Did you plead guilty at the time of the preliminary hearing?
Parole hearing?
Yes, sir. You pled not guilty on that? Okay. All right. And so the next one, well, let's talk about all those first. Weren't you supposed to report?
Yes,
Weren't you
sir.
supposed to report in person? Why were you on the phone?
They was coming to my job. I was working at Golden Corral at the time in Alexandria.
Okay. And so they would come to your job and talk to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them where you were supposed to be living?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's contrary to what they're saying in the reports. Why didn't you go to the office?
I was working a lot. There's really no excuse. I was really working.
But you knew you were supposed to report though, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't report.
No, sir.
Okay, well, that sounds pretty guilty to me. Okay, let's move on to condition number 4. And it says you'll avoid all criminal conduct. And you were arrested on 12/13 of 2025 for theft. Supposed to have stolen some checks or credit cards or something from a place of business where you were working. Is that correct? Is that what you were accused of?
That's what I was accused of. Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. I don't have any other questions. No, well, I'll just say this for the record. Condition number 10, you owe $1,323. Are you going to pay that back when you get out?
I'm supposed to be starting paying next week on Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Barrow, you got any questions?
No question.
No question.
Okay, Mr. Carter, it's up to me, and I'm the first vote. And my vote is that we revoke your parole because of your consistent criminal behavior and for not reporting. And you admitted to both things. Whoops.
Got somebody to talk to. Catherine Parole.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You want to talk to us and try to talk us out of what we're thinking about doing, or me, Ms. Parfait? Mr. Catherine Parfait. Okay, you're the fiance, right?
Yes, sir. I'm his fiance. He currently lives with me. Well, before he went to jail. I have to say that he did try to report. They had offered him to phone or email. Like he didn't have to show up in person. They were seeing him at work,
Okay.
and then he came back. We came to Lafayette because that's where his other kids are. Todd, get inside. And but I have to say that he has been, since we've been together, he has been doing so much better. The time between his crimes, it's slowly being reduced.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to get him to a better path. But I just ask that you don't, because he's going through some things with his children as well.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
he needs to be here for them.
Right. Right. Well, sometimes, you know, we have to balance what's best for everyone involved in it, or what's best for society, and what's best for him. And that's how we'll make our decision. Is that all you had to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we'll continue with my vote. My vote was that we revoke your parole, Mr. Carter. I think that because of the fact that you're continuing your criminal behavior, and because of the fact that you didn't report, like everyone's agreed that you should have reported, my vote is based on conditions 2, 3, 4, and 10 violations of it. All right.
Can I say something? For the same reasons.
Okay.
I find you in violation of condition number 2, 3, and 4, and my vote is also to revoke.
Okay, that'll be the end of this hearing. I'm sorry to say, but at this time, Mr. Carter, your parole has been revoked. It's 1:20 in the afternoon.
Yeah, they ain't even give me say anything. That's
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, good evening. You can hear me?
Mr. Jason Tippy, is that you I'm looking at?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jay Sean TV. Yes, sir.
Okay, you're gonna take that mask off for me to hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. I don't think there's anybody in there that's gonna give you cooties or anything. And you're at Morehouse Parish Jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is anybody from the staff in there with you?
No, sir.
Okay, and what is your DLC number?
772323.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this case over to Mr. Barra on my left, who is going to be taking care of this. Let me say what time it is. It's 1:31 in the afternoon. It's on April the 8th of 2026. We're at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and we're the three people that will be conducting this revocation hearing. Mr. Barra is the one that is in charge as the principal interviewer, and we've all read your file and read the case, so we're all familiar with it. And so, Mr. Barra, we take it there and go over the waiver and things that I didn't.
All right, looking at your summary of your preliminary hearing, and it looks like that the probation and parole department determined that you were not eligible for appointed counsel for their hearing, which means you would not be eligible for appointed counsel for this hearing. They explained the violations to you for number 4 and number 10. And you actually, they saying you triply pled guilty to number 4, number 10, and stated he feels his parole should not be fully revoked for these violations. So let's go over number 4 and number 10.
Yes, sir.
Court says that you only be engaged in any criminal activity and not associated with persons known to be involved in criminal activity, and that you refrain from illegal use of drugs and alcohol. Reference to this, how do you plead to that condition?
You say it again, sir?
The one that says that you engage in criminal activity when you punched the guy out, and then also when they found the drugs in your pocket at the arrest. How do you plead to that charge?
I'll be able to explain on my behalf.
Yeah, but yes.
Yes, sir. I plead guilty because
What, plead guilty with an explanation?
No, sir. I mean, no, sir. No, sir. Like, I don't get what you're saying, sir.
I'm asking you reference to the 2 charges, the 2 violations that you were involved in a fight where you knocked a guy unconscious, which I think might have been your cousin, and that when the police came, they found marijuana, 2 bags, one 8.5 grams and another one weighing an ounce, plus.
On my paper right here, sir, I was on the call with 8 grams. And, I don't even know who the victim was. On my paper right here, I don't even know who the victim was. I was at home in my residence while I paroled out there. And that's why I don't know why I say I don't know who the victim, I don't know who that person was. I was at home in my residence while I had paroled out there. While I paroled to.
So you're saying you wasn't even there?
Yo, I was at home. Yes, sir. I was at home. I wasn't nowhere. I was at home at the house I paroled out to, my mother's house. I was at home.
And that's where the guy got knocked out?
Yes, sir. That's where somebody grabbed me by the neck, and I didn't do nothing to defend myself. I don't know who it was. But I was at home. I was in my residence.
So you at home and you got in a fight with this guy that you don't know. And
yes, sir. And I don't even think he stayed over there.
You ended up defending yourself and knocking him out.
Yes, sir, because he was choking me, and I only had got caught with 8 grams of marijuana, sir.
With 0.8 grams and 8.58 grams and 1 point something ounces. 2 bags.
Yes, I knew. And the $256 in cash, that was the Aries that I was in, that was supposed to go to my PO, but my sister was at work that day, that I was supposed to been paid my probation officer online, but she was at work that day, so I couldn't pay her and I ended up going to jail later on that day before I can pay my sister, before I can get the money to my sister so she can pay my probation officer. I had a job and everything, sir.
So you're pleading, at the preliminary hearing, they documented that you pled guilty to those violations. You're saying today you're not guilty?
Like, I am guilty because somebody, like, for defending myself, yes, sir. For defending myself, yes, sir.
And you're guilty because you had on it in your pocket.
Sir?
And you're also guilty of having the marijuana in your pocket when the police
Yes,
arrest
sir.
you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had 8 grams of marijuana in my pocket, sir. Yes, sir. I never been through this before.
Mm-hmm.
And I told the district attorney and the judge the same thing.
You also have a violation of condition number 10 that
Yes, sir.
you
That's gonna pay my fees.
fees that you was behind $252, but that's what the $262 was supposed to be paid.
Yes, sir. That was supposed to be that day. I supposed to pay my PO, my probation officer when my little sister got out of work. But before my little sister can get out of work, I had got arrested. And I didn't even know I had if I knew that I was in trouble, I would have talked to my PO, but I never knew what was going on. I ain't see my PO till I came up here. Cause my PO had just seen each other and he told me everything was good.
Okay, well, we're not gonna worry about number 10 then. We'll just be worried about number 4, the criminal behavior. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, this guy that you hit, you say you were at home.
Yes, sir.
He just came to your residence and grabbed you around the neck?
Yes, I was walking outside and he just said something about something and he just grabbed me by my neck. So I just pushed him and like he tried to walk back up to me again and I didn't know what he was doing again. I just hit him. I didn't even know nobody. According to me, I feel like it was a setup. I only had been home for 90 days.
Is your home in an apartment complex?
Yes,
Or what?
yes, sir.
Oh,
It's
okay.
an apartment complex. Yes, sir.
Okay, I
And
just
we-
want how people were there. Okay.
I was in my residence while I paroled out. Yes, sir.
I got you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay. And I have no questions. I'd like to ask Mr. Barra if he's prepared to vote.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Trippy, it looks like you didn't follow the conditions of your parole by having possession of marijuana, 2 different bags in your pocket at the time of your arrest, and you just got out on parole. So you leave me with no choice to revoke your parole regarding the marijuana and the fight. It's on video. It's out. It's seen. We don't. So that's not.
So like on my paper right here.
We
on my
vote.
paper right here.
Okay, my vote, I concur with Mr. Barra. He'd already had criminal activity with the marijuana. I don't know what the fight was about.
Okay, and my vote is also to concur with a revocation. You can't, when you're on parole, you can't be walking around with a bunch of weed in your pocket. You can't be fighting people. And so therefore, as of today at 1:39, your parole is revoked and the time is 1:39, end of this hearing, end of the day.